New York, a Long Island cobbler known as Sal the Shoemaker has admitted to running an illegal gambling ring, raising money for the mob out of his now shuttered shoe repair shop. Salvatore Rubino pleaded guilty in federal court to a host of charges related to the illegal gambling business, passing the cash to members of the Genovese crime family. He told a Brooklyn federal court judge that there were gambling machines installed in the back of Sal's shoe repair in Merrick on Long Island, where he also operated poker games 3 nights a week. Their operation was active from May 2012 through 2021 when the repair shop had to shut down because of the COVID pandemic. Prosecutors say other mobsters operated out of other business fronts on the island, including a gelato shop and a place called Centro Calcio Italiano Club, which means Italian Soccer Central. 4 others involved in the operation pleaded guilty earlier this month. There's more on the story at foxnews.com. Subscribe to the Fox True Crime Podcast with Emily Campagno. I'm Gianna Gelosi with your Fox True Crime Minute.
The Point is KUSG, Hagåtña, Guam, 93.3 FM and 104.3 HD3.
Abortion rights on the campaign trail. On Lisa Brady, Fox News. President Biden is in Florida, where a 6-week abortion ban is set to take effect soon. He says former President Trump has taken the country back 160 years and that voters will hold him accountable.
He says it's up to the states, and this is all about state rights. But he's wrong. The Supreme Court was wrong. It should be a constitutional right in the federal Constitution, a federal right.
President Biden says he would veto a national abortion ban. The former president telling reporters he should be campaigning too, instead of spending weeks in court on charges of falsifying business records, also calling the gag order in his New York criminal trial unconstitutional.
I'm not allowed to defend myself, and yet other people are allowed to say whatever they want about me.
Earlier today, the judge hearing arguments on 11 possible gag order violations. No ruling issued yet. Tents remain on some college campuses as part of a pro-Palestinian protest that's led to hybrid learning for the rest of the semester at Columbia University and a student walkout today at New York University. Fox's Steve Harrigan is there.
There were 100 arrests outside of NYU last night. It's not clear how many were students, how many were outsiders. When you look at some of the arrest records, some of the ages, 24, 25, 27, that's no college freshman. As far as critics of the movement go, when you hear chants like "We are all Hamas," they say that really shows sympathy with a terrorist group that killed 1,200 people in Israel on October 7th. They say it also shows an ignorance of history.
The latest round of protests spreading from elite universities in the Northeast to Michigan and out to Berkeley in California. Back-to-back rallies on Wall Street. The Dow up 263 points at the bell. The NASDAQ also gaining more than 200. America is listening to Fox News.
Since 1997, Island Eye Institute has been committed to your family's eye care needs. From its beginnings, Island Eye Institute has recognized the value in incorporating state-of-the-art technology into personalized care and a commitment to excellence. As Guam's complete eye center, our specialists offer their expertise in glaucoma, retina, cornea, LASIK, cataract, and diabetic eye disease. Island Eye accepts Select Care, Net Care, Take Care, and Stay Well. Call us at 637-2020 to schedule your appointment today. We're located on the 2nd floor of the Baltesh Pavilion in Tamuning.
Choice Broadcasting and Lotte Hotel Guam present the 2024 Island Wedding Expo. Mark the date, Sunday, May 19th. Join us as we showcase an abundance of elegant choices for that special day. Vendor booths are now available, but hurry, they're filling up. If you're a business that specializes in all things weddings, from coordinators to florists to cakes, photographers, and more, call 888-7346 and ask for Doris, Daryl, or Shanzi. For more information about the 2024 Island Wedding Expo, call 888-RDIO.
It's filed in Michigan against a woman who crashed into a building during a birthday party on Saturday, killing 2 children.
Surveillance video shows 66-year-old Marcella Chittister's SUV kicking up plumes of dust as she sped down a gravel road before slamming into a boat club in Monroe County, south of Detroit, killing 2 siblings, 8 and 4 years old, and injuring several others, all who were attending a birthday party. Prosecutors say Chittister was drunk. She faces 8 charges, including 2 counts of second-degree murder. Her lawyer telling a judge,
"This is not a monster. It's horrible what happened."
A judge setting a bond at $1.5 million. Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
The U.S. military calling on Iraq's government to take all necessary steps to help safeguard U.S. troops in both Iraq and Syria after attacks by Iran proxies yesterday, the first attacks since early February. No U.S. forces were injured. The Pentagon says the attacks put coalition and Iraqi personnel at risk and that the U.S. won't hesitate to defend its forces. A health insurance giant admits paying ransom after being hacked.
United Health Group reveals it paid ransom to bad actors in an attempt to protect patient data during a February cyber attack on its company Change Healthcare. Not revealing the amount paid, but blaming a Russia-based cybercrime gang it says was able to access protected and personal information that could cover a substantial proportion of people in America. Federal officials are also investigating the breach. United Health's CEO saying in a statement, "We are committed to doing everything possible to help and provide support to anyone who may need it." The company has launched a call center and a page on its website for concerned patients offering free credit monitoring.
Fox's Kristen Goodwin recapping stocks. The Dow up 263, the S&P and the NASDAQ up more than 1%. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that summer vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $4,100 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña at 671-475-4545 or in Dededo 671-633-4473.
Whoever said no risk, no reward has never been sued. Hi, I'm Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and our job for over 70 years has been to help businesses just like yours manage risk. Manage risk? We will never be able to totally eliminate the myriad of risks every business faces, but we can help you manage them and recover when disaster strikes. From mom and pop operations to high-rise hotels, we're the experts businesses have counted on for many years. Call me today at 777-2668 for a free risk review and consultation.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
Stay cool all year round by checking out Johnstone Supply for your HVAC and refrigeration needs. Located at 170 Guerrero Drive on Picanel Road in Tamuning, call Johnstone Supply today at 671-649-0581. That's 671-649-0581. Open 8 a.m. to noon and 1 to 5 p.m. Monday to Friday. Open Saturdays from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. and closed on Sundays. Stay cool with Johnstone Supply.
Confident. Good morning, Guam. At 6:06 on Wednesday, April 24. I'm Donna De Jesus with a look at your local news on The Point. A detainee from the DOC Manila Adult Correctional Facility, Eldon Cruz Aflehi, escaped yesterday morning but was captured 3 hours later in Barragata. DOC initially reported him missing at around 6:30 in the morning, prompting a search involving GPD and DOC personnel. DOC Director Fred Bordalio confirmed Aflehi's capture around 9:45 between the Barragata Post Office and Commercial Tire. He was detained on charges of strangulation and family violence and now will face additional charges for the escape. An internal investigation will be conducted to determine any lapses in security. Meanwhile, unsealed court documents reveal that over 100 videos featuring multiple U.S. service members from Guam were uploaded to Pornhub without their consent. Many videos depicted service members in bathroom stalls, believed to be filmed secretly from above, below, or through holes. Some were filmed near U.S. Navy vessels or at the Liberty Center on Naval Base Guam. The Naval Criminal Investigative Service agent identified most victims from the USS Emery S. Land and USS Frank Cable. The content was disabled after the NCIS contacted Pornhub, which also provided account details under a subpoena. Despite the unsealing of the case last week, no indictments or arrests have been made. We'll have more news after this.
Okay, what's instant issue?
You open an account, you receive your new debit card right then as an instant issue.
And if I have to replace my card for whatever reason?
Yep, you order, it's ready. No waiting for the mail. And you can track your usage on your online banking in real time.
Wait, I can see my purchase or ATM activity when they happen?
Yep, instantly.
I like it. Where do I sign up?
Bank Pacific. You know, Rose put branches, replace routes instantly.
Member FDIC.
Public Health has suspended the sanitary permit of LA Tofu and Galbi in Tamuning due to health and sanitation violations. Inspectors observed insects, rodents, and other health hazards during a complaint-driven inspection earlier this month, resulting in a D grade and 42 demerits. Meanwhile, Spring Chinese Kitchen 2 in Jigo, previously found with 63 demerits and a D grade, has had its sanitary permit reinstated after correcting violations and receiving an A during a follow-up. Meanwhile, a temporary workforce housing unit by Guam Advanced Enterprises in Tamuning had its sanitary permit suspended due to a pest infestation. Several other units by the same company received C and D grades for repeat violations. And the 80th commemoration of Guam's liberation has a new theme, Todo Tiempo y Paz para Hita, a line from the Guam hymn, translating to Peace for Us Always. The theme aims to symbolize enduring peace, unity, and prosperity for all Guamanians. Governor Lulian Guerrero described the theme as a fervent prayer for unity and prosperity, while Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio emphasized the courage and sacrifice of the island's service members. Official festivities, including a memorial ceremony, liberation mass, block party, and parade, are set for July 19th through the 21st. And those are your top stories right here on The Point. Now here's Ray with your weather.
Did you get coffee yet?
No.
I can
I only
tell.
had like an hour of sleep.
Oh my God.
There's so
What
many
did you
shows
do?
to prepare for.
This poor girl. Okay, but I just want everybody to know that I'm not the one that's making her stay up late at night. I'm not. She's got other people in her life that are commanding her time and attention. It's not me. She's not tired because of me. Coffee in this woman's stat. What do we got here? 6:10 in the morning. Let me get you some weather here for today. Partly sunny. When is it going to be partly sunny? I've got the weather gizmo up on the screen so that you can take a look and see what's going on. It has looked like I've refreshed this a couple of times, and there clearly is something. If you can see where Guam is on the map, let me put the thing up so you can see. If you're watching on the Facebook Live, you can see where Guam is on the map, and you can see there's like these little boogers kind of circulating in the area that weren't there yesterday, weren't there the last time we talked to the guys over at the National Weather Service, but they're there now. And so without warning, expect some delays. Drive to the conditions. There is a flood watch in effect right now until about 7:15 this morning. So this, whatever we're getting right now, is going to linger. We'll get some word from the National Weather Service before too much longer. But perhaps when all of this blows by, then we'll get to the partly sunny skies, with daytime highs today of about 88 degrees. Winds out of the east, 8 to 15 miles an hour, gusting as high as 20 today. Partly cloudy tonight. Overnight lows of about 78 degrees. Mostly sunny in the forecast for tomorrow. Big day tomorrow. Village of Donkey.
Oh, really?
Iseng Song Donkey.
It's happening?
Yeah, and tomorrow's an even day. So if you have an odd number in your license plate, don't go to Donkey Village unless you're going in somebody else's car.
Mathematician.
Tomorrow's an odd day.
Oh, today's an even day.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Thanks. Well, thank you very much for catching that. All right. So tomorrow is an odd day. So if you have odd numbers in the last number in your license plate is odd, then you can go to Iseng Song Donkey. Otherwise, just stay home and wait. Don't worry. They won't buy everything. Look, if they was going to buy everything, it would have already been bought out by all the friends and family and VIP and all of that crap that they've been doing for the last couple of days. Where was I? Tomorrow, mostly sunny. Highs near 88 degrees. Isolated showers. Partly cloudy and overnight lows should be about 78 degrees. Friday, mostly sunny. Back in the forecast with highs near 89 degrees. All right, with a heat index, it's 90 degrees. 30% chance of rain. I'd say about 100% chance of rain. There are still, believe it or not, red flag warnings because once this dries off, we're probably going to go back into those droughty conditions. What have we got? Sunrise this morning was at 6:03, sunset at 6:35. Might have a couple of pictures from Pirates Cove to put up on the screen and let you know that it really did happen. In the meantime, 6:12 in the morning, news and weather together, brought to you by Bank Pacific, banking on the Pacific for almost 70 years.
Are you wondering what business provides industry standard data center services locally? IT&E does. We're more than a service provider. We're your partners in success. We protect your data from threats both on and offline. Downtime is not an option with our fully equipped backup and redundancy systems. Rest easy knowing that we provide around-the-clock service and support. Our relentless commitment ensures a seamless experience you can rely on. Are you curious about where to start? Ask Blue today. IT&E, innovation for your business.
KFC's $5 breakfast deals are the best and most affordable ways to start your day. The Colonel's Chicken and Rice Bowl, $5. Chicken fried steak, $5. Sausage, biscuit, and gravy, $5. And they all come with a fresh coffee. KFC $5 breakfast deals are served starting at 6 a.m. daily at your favorite KFC restaurant. KFC, it's finger licking good.
Raymond Gibson Show being brought to you by APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home, and the team over at Island Cancer Center. Well, not team, their family taking care of your family.
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Place next door is not open yet. But have you considered crystal methamphetamine? Sometimes they say that,
give her some Adderall, Ray.
It's a booster, right?
She needs Adderall.
I heard it hurts, so that's why I don't want to try it.
So what's that? The crystal meth?
Hurts.
Yeah.
They solve that sleeping problem that you've apparently got. That'll keep you awake at night. 6:14 in the morning. Hey, welcome to the program. Excuse the mess. It is the Ray Gibson Show on 93.3 The Point. My name is Ray. Thrilled as usual. What a crazy kind of week that we've had already, and it looks like we've achieved hump day satisfaction here this morning. Rico Blancafleur with an interesting question: is zero an even number or odd number? And the answer is neither. It's zero. It's its own kind of mathematical entity. So if your car ends in zero, you can't go at all.
No.
You'll have to wait until Sunday, when late Sunday, in fact, before you can go in there. By then.
Unimportant.
All the good stuff will be. Actually, according to the guys over at the Village of Donkey, zero is an even number. So tomorrow is odd day 13579. I can't believe you need somebody to tell you what odd numbers are. And if your license plate ends in a letter, they're only accepting letters A through M, as in Adam through Mary, all right? Even numbers on Friday, 02468, or the alpha will be N through Z, Nancy through Z. Zappa.
That's your tribe now.
Jiro.
You're with them.
Yeah, right.
You're not with us.
Are you even or odd? Hey, Tyson, look at the back of the car and see what happens. Now, it would be interesting to see if there'll be police officers there taking a look at the automobiles, checking the license plate numbers to see if they actually match the cars. Maybe we'll catch a couple of meth guys in the act. But it's all happening tomorrow, and there might be a couple of things. If you're going in for friends and family today, the infusion is going to be open. I got a text from the coffee wife. And they're going to be open today for the whatever friends and family activities. And obviously, they're going to be open for business into place tomorrow. 6:16 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. 888-8255-888-TALK. That's a telephone number around these parts. And we're going to try to keep it as busy as possible because there's a lot of people that we want to talk to, starting with that guy over the National Weather Service that was telling us about how hot it was going to be in the region and the drought conditions everywhere. Radio New Zealand saying that there's places in the Pacific where they're encouraging people to go bathe in the lagoons.
Yeah.
The fresh water should be last. Use that only for drinking. Go bathe in the. Don't brush your teeth. It's okay. We'll all have muttung breath until after we get past this little crisis that we've got here. But it's possible that with this weird La Nina, El Nino, whatever, that there could be a little bit more. We got a guest at the back.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I'm just checking. So, no, Sarita has got sent stash on an errand. We're apparently getting Japanese strawberries. Wow. I think these are Japanese strawberries from the village of Donkey. They grow them there. But no. And somebody told me that there's some of the people that have been able to get into the village of Donkey have been touching the strawberries. Don't touch the strawberries is the thing, unless you I guess I either they don't want you touching them unless you intend to buy them, or it's just some weird thing that you're not supposed to do in the Donkey Village. I think this is going to be a change in the culture. To what degree though? And we've talked about the potential for Carmageddon, because despite the fact that the place has been under construction for about the last 5 years, nobody at Highway over at DPW has done anything. We haven't added any sidewalks to the place. We've got actual electrical poles that are sticking out in the ingress and outgress areas of Donkey Village. And when I left the other day, I thought, well, okay, I'm going to go out this way. The one that was closest to Home Depot, and I'm glad that they got the bollards out there, to protect the utility pole from vehicles. But you know what you can't do?
What?
You can't see around the utility pole.
Yeah.
So you got to inch into traffic a little bit more. This
They
is
need to hire a penguin to stand there.
put it some there is going to be slowing things down. But I had a thing tonight. We went to I had sushi again last night. We decided that for one of the last opportunities to get together with Mana, everybody went over to Rotary Sushi. And so I live in Totu.
I've never been there.
You've never been? It's good.
Really?
It's good.
Okay.
And they will make stuff for you. You can imagine stuff, and the guys will put it together for you. But anyway,
God,
yeah, and they got Sahi on draft in the big
jug.
The jug. Because anyway, we had the sushi again last night. So I live in Totu. And I'm trying to figure out what the easiest, most efficient way, the most keep me off Marine Corps Drive way would be to get from my house to the
Toto.
Toto in Toto. I went from my house, Roy T. Damien Street, and then up to Route 7, and then on to Marine Corps Drive from Route 8. Make that turn over by the Horse and Cat, and then go through the village, and then come out over by St. Anthony School, and then go down into Tumon. Go down, go up the new.
Yeah, I think you took the long way, man.
Past the new square monument, up, and then the Archbishop Circle. Go through Tumon, come out JFK Hill, and then I made my way to Rotary Sushi. And I figured that virtually eliminated any chance that I would get stuck in traffic anywhere from Horse and Cow, past the village of Donkey or John F. Kennedy High School. And that's what I was trying to avoid, because I've got a feeling that area within a 1 mile radius of the 76 Circle K across from the village of Donkey is going to be just ugly, blank you for coming traffic forever. And it might even start today. So how much of that, what's going on there has made you change the way that you think about your afternoon driving patterns? We'll watch and see how it really is going to affect everybody. Anyway, 20 after 6, Real Joe gets a phone when you call at 888-8255-888-TALK is the phone number. Meme Machine is online. I might have a couple of memes that I sent myself here. I'm pretty sure I do. Hold on a second. I wanted to get a couple of things. Oh, no, actually, this one here, I sent it to myself, but it's not really from me. Apparently, yesterday when it was still a sunny day, the kids were out there playing soccer or some kind of field match, and there was a kid that was on the field is a pig.
No, that's not a pig. Is it? It's a wild pig.
It's a wild pig.
Sounds like one.
What? No. You can turn that. You can put the audio on. This is from Mark Mendiola, so there's no cussing.
Oh, man.
Anyways, the kids are going out there to chase the pig off the field, and the pig turns around and starts chasing them, and everybody gets scared, including the pig, and the pig actually went and scored a goal at the game. So I think that's fantastic. Love the idea that we're sharing so much space here. You know, in the States, they've got these issues with the pro-Palestinian protesters and the pro-Israel protesters. Around here, we've got the pigs in the field with the kids. Just kind of all of us getting together one time for God. What can I say? 6:21 in the morning. Donna D will take care of news and headlines for us all morning long. And there is a bunch of stuff on the table of contents, obviously counting down to the odd day that is going to be the grand opening of the village of Donkey. It is the biggest thing to happen to Guam, according to some people, since Magellan. Don't kill the penguin. They killed Magellan. Don't kill the penguin. And 4 days till we get to the throwback party over at Club Zoo nightclub in Tumon. It's going to be big fun, big hair, big money giveaways. More details on that in a couple of minutes. In the meantime, speaking of big hair, let's talk to these guys here.
Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. See, our troubles are all the same. You want to be where everybody knows your name. You want to go where people know people are all the same. You want to go where everybody knows your name.
And what a crowd we've got here. This crowd here, as big as the donkey crowd's going to be tomorrow. What have we got here? Number one, let me just scooch up here because everybody's checking in at the same time. Ismael Velez is there. Have a Glenn Hunter from Saipan. JB St. Nicholas online. I got Bunker Menno, Bill Petit, Brittany Tollefson saying good morning all. Brittany's apparently raising cats at her place. She takes something out of the cat litter, puts it in the ground, and poof, up pops a orange cat.
Another cat.
Something like that. Britt, good to see you there. Carolyn Long saying Donkey Eve, good morning. Felix Bumba is there. Big man Rico Blancaflor, Jerome McDonald, Zane Nauta. JB St. Nicholas says grass needs the rain. Absolutely. I'm not really complaining about the rain. It just means that
it's the lies.
Probably
it's from the NWS. It's the lies.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Drought. Joy and Pinko off a day to Lori with a Y. Duane's. What's that? Glenn Hunter says good morning, Guam. Happy Hump Day. Point Crew. It's the day we don't call Hump Day because every other guy in the radio calls it Hump Day. But
nothing to hump.
What I realize here lately is with all of the changes in the nature of the business of broadcasting, there aren't that many DJs out there anymore, are there? There might be just like us left doing live shows. Auntie Bennett Lohan Duenas is there. There's Stephen Blake.
Real dude.
Real
Eunice
guy. Mendiola is online. Auntie Bennis now telling you to vote for Tony Ada, and she'll get around some others here in a second. I got to get Ursula Franquez Garrido. Carolyn Maybell Alexander is watching the program. Keena McCausland and Eunice Mendiola. Again, Christine Oliver says, Happy Hump Day. Christine Oliver, you better bring your to the throwback party on Saturday night over at Club Zoe. Patrick A. and Martha Toves are online. Eric Raker says, loving the rain. I loved it. I loved it as well because I told you I put that ERC tarp back up in the back. I got my awning all together with a nice tarp, and I went out there this morning with a cup of coffee, looking at the thing and looking at it going right over the edge. It wasn't collecting anywhere. It wasn't ponding anywhere. It was just beautiful, straight out there. Yeah. It's, my grass is going to be very thankful about this. Nate Horn is online. So is, there he is, Commander Yoich Ringil said, good morning, Ray. President Whiffs Jr. was here last week for his first rally with the Palauans on Guam. Sorry I missed the opportunity to talk with him, but frankly, I've been spending a lot of time with members of the Palauan community. Had that big get-together for Heidi Ballendorf's dad's book the other night over at Capitol Kitchen. And her stepbrother and everybody else from the Palauan community came out to support her. Henry Menglotnya online. Bennett wants you to vote for Sean Gumatauta. Ismail Velez says Title IX says that if girls want to play sports, they must put up with seeing boys who identify as girls and their genitalia in the bathrooms. That's the price of girls wanting to play sports. It also says that it is a hate crime to misgender a person. So if a man with a beard identifies as a woman and you call that person sir, it can mean a jail sentence. Here's the thing: is if you got daughters, walk them into the bathroom and just make sure that everything is safe in there because there's creepazoids to begin with. And don't worry, in 200 days, we'll have a new president, and it was the old one. Trump's going to be back, and Trump is going to go in there and straighten all this crap out and say, you can have whatever dysphoria you want to, but we're not letting men play against our daughters in sports, and we're sure not letting men come and shower with our daughters in the locker rooms afterwards. We're going to get rid of all this nonsense, and it's only 200 days or so between now and the national election, and ours as well. But Nate Horn, Jerome McDonald, they got Bunker, Juanita Machi is hanging out. So is, let me see, James Bondo, half a day to Brad Wood.
Morning, Wood.
And my buddy Greg Karabrock online. Vivian Castro Leon is hanging out. Janine Bloss sends her morning wishes.
Hi, Janine.
Hi, Janine. Mark Bendiola online. Thanks so much for the Babui video. Tattoo Shauna Fujikawa Stickles is watching the program. You know what? It's been a while since Tattoo Shauna has said anything about the 4T weekend. You remember which one it was? Yeah. Tequila. Tattoos. Tatas, and the one that I threw in that I can't say on the radio. Michelle Conception is hanging out. So is Jesse Nanetti Aurelio Pareda. Let me see, Lori with a Y. Rudy Rodolfo, the original Burger King online. We're all strong, like Eric Chong. Vince Borja is there. Steve Love. Saying, careful out there with all the rain. Steve Loves. got a special shirt that says slippery when wet. Let me see. It's a beautiful Sarita Garin. Joe Cruz, something GWAPA. I'm not sure what it is. Oh, guapa. You're trying to say guapa. Are you talking about me?
Yeah, that's not a government agency.
Guapa is like a handsome woman? Is that what you're... Okay, gotcha. Beautiful Sarita Garin. The Christine Oliver telling everybody to stay safe. Dean and Liza Castro. Abigail Anastacy says, Bennett Lujan Duenas, hello. Text me. Does that feel scammy?
Mm-hmm. Text me.
Abigail Anastasia. I'll bet you if you right-clicked
DM
on
me
her
right away.
and went to her profile, I'll bet you it's got a Samsung sign on it. That's the big deal these days. Bandit is there. Abigail Anastasia wants everyone to text her. F. Ramos is there. Simon Sanchez watching the program, but doesn't say anything about whether he's switching to the app yet. There's Kim Aiken, Harvey Egna, Ken Augustin said, definitely need the rain. Jennifer Poschnitger, then Kenny Williams. Nice to see you on the screen here. B-Man Dennis Larson. And apparently B-Man Dennis Larson, while I was enjoying my sushi over at the Rotary Sushi, there was a big get-together. I got a last-minute invite, but it's the last opportunity to spend any time with little sister Mana. So there was apparently a big get-together over at Capitol Kitchen last night. Oh, they're launching, I think it's Heineken Silver. Heineken Silver. Now, I don't have too much information
on
it. No, it's
We're
beer.
interested.
No, it is. It's a Heineken beer. So I think it is going to be the competitor to Michelob Ultra. Remember, so they originally came out with Heineken Light. And Heineken Light, tasty beer, low carbs, low calories, low alcohol, low ABV. And literally, you could drink a 12-pack of that stuff, never gain an ounce of weight, but never get a buzz either. Yeah. So I think they changed the formula a little bit and said, okay, well, maybe we'll put a little bit more of a kick in this thing and a little bit more calories and a little bit more by way of carbs, fatten the thing up just around the Michelob Ultra part.
Just to make you feel good.
Yeah. So you feel like you're doing something for yourself.
If it's wet and it's got a kick, we want it.
That's exactly the thing here. So Dennis Larson apparently took advantage of that opportunity last night. Good to see you online. Mike Grace Bloss is there. Zena Marie Tenorio, Call Ken Augustin. Bunker Meadow says, if we lie to the federal government, we go to prison. If the federal government lies to us, it's politics. Yeah, that's the way it works. Bandits on. Trina San Augustin is watching.
Liar.
And apparently counting down the days to a birthday. I'm not going to give the number. Army Lynn is watching. There it is. We've got balloon smugglers here all over the place. Trina, Army, and... did I just out Trina?
They're all present.
All right.
Sorry about that, T.
The Jerome McDonald... It says, Guam finally got a village donkey. I go to Tokyo Central here in Southern California. Leslie St. Nicholas is hanging out. What's that, Gina? God cries with me today over the death of the poor mama pig and her babies at my school. Oh, this is a sign for me that he is with me in mourning. Please, no negative comments on this. This is something that really hurts my heart. I've tried many attempts to help save them, but the Lord has other plans that I must accept. Whatever his will is, I will follow. Signs from the heavens are miracles in themselves. A mama pig and her babies. Gina, more information on this. We need to know. Rotary Sushi is the high-end, best and freshest quality on Guam. Hands down, he says. Vince Duenas is there. Heather, Rico, Rob Greeno. Roads are slippery, says Sarita. Drive safely. There's Tammy Pangolinan. Richard Leon is online. He was complaining online earlier because he apparently lost.
No, not complaining.
Imagine that. No. But apparently, it was like, it's only a little bit of rain. Why is the power going out? Christine says, I'm trying to get a ticket for Saturday. 888-1043. Bug Daryl and see if he can get you one. Let me see. F. Rama says, I call BS on the hate crime misgendering somebody. It's a falsehood. No, they're actually doing that in England. And probably going to be in Canada, and I'm sure the major lefty cities of the United States of America, where just the world is upside down and backwards, and you're going to have to go along with our crazy if you want to live here. Jerome McDonald, Trump will start cleaning house one season in a while. I actually dreamt about that last night. I actually dreamt.
Oh, wow, dreams.
Yeah, that the election was the election was over.
I dream about Trump too.
He won Guam, and his theme song was "Thank You for Being a Friend."
But the Golden Girls?
The one from the Golden Girls.
Man.
The version of it that was on the Golden Girls. Not sure
Are we
why.
crying right now?
No, I'm just. I don't know.
I'm crying.
There's a thing that was in my head, and I don't. And
I
you
love this.
You know how it is you're waking up at 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning. You're trying to beat. Anyway, so I wake up and I go back to sleep, and the dream comes back, and there's more depth added to it. But basically, he won the election, won Guam, and from here wanted to take over the United. Didn't want to wait for the inauguration. He wanted to hit the ground running and start working on things like misgendering and stupid pro-Palestine, all of that stuff. It was a weird dream. But then I'm a weird guy. Valerie Carbolito is online. Smoke 'em if you got a bistro. Rusa Nova Mendiola is there. Rai St. Nicholas and Big Sister Shelley is there. Patrick Iriarty saying happy belated Warlock and Witches Covenant Day, April 10th, to the Calvo Underwood Leon Guerrero political witchcraft machine.
Oh my God!
How you doing there, Patrick? The Nostradamus of Guam has returned to the feed. Jeff Pleadwell is online. Buenos and Avadeta. Mark Cruz doing his wavy thing. I got Rose Taitagui saying hi, Ken, and Betty Baza says good morning, Rose and Ken. A beautiful rainy morning, and thank you, Lord, for all the rain today. It's one last thing. I've been taken to gardening, not gardening, but watering the plants in the afternoon when I get home.
That is gardening, Ray.
I know.
You're a gardener now.
Just by watering, putting the hose near the plant.
You're a
Congratulations
botanist.
to you. So I've been trying to do that because I'm not going to say I stole the plants. I'm going to say that I relocated. And I'm not going to say what hotel in Tumon that I relocated these plants, but there's a one of these stands of like palm trees.
Them, yeah.
Yes, and one of these stands of I need the karma, a stand of little palm trees. The ones that don't grow any higher than about 6 or 7 feet.
Yeah, those expensive foxtail palms.
It fell over in the typhoon. And it was like 2 or 3 months that I've been going, and I pass by, and I look at these, and I'm thinking, if I got this at a nursery, this would cost me a couple $100. Yes. But they're not doing anything with this plant, so I grabbed it, stuck it in the back of the truck, and I've got it over at the house. And apparently you need to water these things an awful lot, and I have been neglecting it, and I've actually lost some of the fronds already. So I got to trying to save the thing from where it's at. I'm pretty sure I'll be able to do it. All right, on the YouTube side, I know Kitsuchu in Japan is already online with his currency report. It is 150 yen to the greenback in Japan. That money will get you a long way, but as he's pointing out, one of the issues is that while the yen is losing value, they are finally recalculating the price on things, and that looked like about a 40% increase in the price of 10 eggs at the Lawson that he likes to shop at. So maybe if you get to Japan in the next couple of weeks or months, possible that they might have already made the corrections, and you will be paying a little bit more. It'll feel like shopping here. Carolyn Long online, Belle Marie Toves, Zoe Kitsatu, Tattoo Sean, Gumatautau from Sagi Telefofo online here this morning. MP Ogo, there's our security. Good to see you there. Pete Apu, SP Borja, and Peter Tureen saying buenas. Lisa Greeno, Guam, GU, morning everybody. Yes, another great, fun, productive, and informative day with The Point.
Sure.
Hey,
sure thing.
Great story there, Lisa. SP Borja and Auntie Bennett Lohan Duenas on this at Bag Boy 671 and more. No sightings of Tiggle Biddies just yet, but we'll keep looking. 6:36 in the morning. A lot to get to on the table of contents and things. Unfortunately, that seemed to. I've got extra totlet today. Are you noticing that?
Yeah, it's
I
good.
don't know what it is. I
The
feel
food was good, Ray?
very good.
Yeah.
I just feel like I'm going kind of extra spitty this morning.
It's all the moisture in the air.
Right. Must be.
It's a red flag.
Must be. All right. So we got a couple of stories that I think are going to be interesting. I don't know about, like start the morning show with them, but this one here, Zoomers are making their own MySpace. They're trying to bring MySpace back. Apparently, no space is the name, joins a growing category of new platforms inspired by old ones.
Sounds like a place for mom.
Another example includes Uni, which describes itself as a platform for sharing IRL memories, as in real life memories, and Pi.FYI, an app built around recommendations. You can think of Pi FYI as a Letterboxd or Goodreads meets MySpace. It seems that along with Y2K Fashion, and point-and-shoot cameras, Gen Zers are also pining for a return to the 2000s social media. You know why?
Why?
Because we were happy then. Everybody was happy.
We can have a theme song, right?
Comfortable with
on
the
our
idea
page.
that determined based on the general nature of our genitalia, we had a pretty good indicator of where we were in the gender space. I don't think kids have that anymore, and they've got 20 different kinds of first world problems. I was watching a thing on TikTok the other day, and it says a guy basically saying we got to calm down. We don't know how good we have it. You realize 150 years ago, nobody took hot showers. They didn't take hot showers.
No.
The luxury of being able to stand under a shower with hot water coming out of it was never even dreamed of. The idea that you had that much water to begin with, and then you were going to heat it and have it come out of little holes in a thing. Those kind of things didn't exist for a lot of people. I believe today, in 2024, there's still probably 60% of the world population that has never had a hot shower. You've been to those places. You've smelled it. You know what I'm talking about. Is that street food? No, those are people. They just need some extra pow in there. So I don't know. So
Delicious.
I can see where there might be some of them saying we need to do something about this and find a way to create social media spaces where we aren't dividing each other up so much and worried about things like gender identity and whether our parents love us or any of that crap. Anyway, 6:39 in the morning. It's the Ray Gibson Show until it's not going to be anymore. We got to jump into news and headlines with Donna D. She'll straighten this out. Donna, why am I so spitty today?
Homeland Security and Civil Defense confirmed no immediate threat to the Marianas after a reported projectile launch from North Korea. Homeland Security Advisor Esther Agigi assures ongoing monitoring with federal and military partners. And GPA has applied the final $100 energy credit for March to all active GPA accounts. This marks the end of the current aid round, providing $300 in total aid from January to March. GPA General Manager John Beneventi thanked GovGuam for their support. Senator Will Parkinson proposed another 3-month extension seeking $15.8 million in funding. And Cost-U-Less plans to open its largest store at the Agana Shopping Center by mid-2025. Construction on this standalone 50,000 square foot warehouse style store has begun next to Wendy's. This expansion aims to boost economic growth and job opportunities on the island. The announcement comes a day after Japanese retail giant Don Don Donki held its soft opening for its massive store in Tumuning. And those are your local headlines on The Point. Now back to Ray.
Wow, it cost you less. Near my house. There's a cost you less.
Big too.
I'm just gonna ask one favor. One favor to the gods of cost you less. Have more parking than the Payless in Mighty.
I thought you were going to say Goodwills in the carts.
I don't care about that. That makes no difference.
We want better wheels.
No, because I'm going to start playing that senior citizen thing and have somebody bring my bags out to the car for me. Anyway, 641, and they used to do that when I was a boy. They had bag boys, and they'd take the bags and they'd put them in a cart and they'd take them out to the car for you and load them into the trunk.
Rice.
They actually, they had all of that kind of stuff, and they'd do it for me. I mean, even though I was a guy, there was still maybe he liked me. I'm not sure, but anyway, I know that they would do it for my mom and my sister. I don't know when they stopped that kind of thing because I always thought it was a pretty cool service. On the other hand, maybe it's just one of those deals where for $25 an hour minimum wage, we better keep them in the store all we can because they'll go outside and vape and whatever, make points with whoever the customers are. Really? Are you married? Is this your car? Anyway, 6:41 in the morning. But I hope that they do. They pay a lot of attention to it. There is parking. Obviously, it's a Agana Shopping Center. But am I going to want to park in the main parking lot and then walk all the way around Wendy's and what's the one place where they sell the orange chicken?
Panda.
Kung Pao. Panda. Tiny Panda
PF
place.
Chang's.
PF whatever it is. So do we have to walk all the way around that? Or will they have their own parking in front of the island's largest cost-you-less facility? Inquiring minds want to know. I want to see the plans at 6:42. We'll take a look at what's happening with the traffic, and we'll see if we can talk to some weather guys here in a minute.
At APL, their expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing their efforts in giving back to the community. APL's dedicated team in Guam and the U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
JV International Safety Equipment has it all for you. Fall protection, rain gear, traffic signs, speed bumps, custom signs and banners, PPEs, fire extinguishers, plus more. Check them out on Facebook at JV International Safety Equipment Company or visit their website, www.jvisec.com. JV International Safety Equipment, Guam's leader in occupational and environmental safety equipment. Call 688-9524. JV International Safety Equipment, located in Harmon Industrial Park.
6:43 in the morning. Ray Gibson Show portion is brought to you by the guys over at Wendy's. On screen right now is a picture of the Pirates Cove weather station in beautiful Ipan, Telefofo. Currently reporting rain because it's actually getting rained on. And if you're swinging by Wendy's because you want to go take a look at the grounds for the largest cost you less on Guam, I feel like there should be an echo on this. Then a reminder, swing by the Wendy's as well, because they've got breakfast waiting for you. Portable for perfection is what they call it, both hearty and flavorful. Wendy's got your back with the new breakfast burrito, stuffed with fresh-made, quality breakfast ingredients that you know and love for breakfast on the go. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's. Let's see what the traffic map looks like. I know what the weather map looks like. Soggy is the word that we're going to be looking for most of the morning. Weather-wise, traffic-wise, don't see too much that's happening right now. A lot of intersection traffic and slower traffic in areas. My guess is because people are driving a little bit slower for the weather conditions. So as you're getting into Pau Pau to Waiseng Song in front of 1 and 3 Micronesia Mall, big chunks of Route 16, and then 8, 10, and 16 is running fairly clear right now. You get into Route 10, there's going to be some spots where you slow down over by Price Elementary at that intersection by 10 and 15. Looking pretty good on Route 8 into town, Route 4 into town, busy in a couple of the spots a little bit closer to Ordotzel and Pago and as you get into Sinahanya. But Marine Corps Drive from Upper Tumon into Tamuning into the downtown Agutnia area, running fairly clear right now. I don't see a whole lot happening from downtown Agutnia all the way to Big Navy and Sumai, so this is not a terrible, terrible morning to be doing a whole lot of driving. Maybe not a lot of cars on the road. Maybe they're just moving slower than normal because of all of that. Are you trying to find the correct setting on your int? Don't you say it's just like you get those weather situations and you're like, okay, it's not raining hard enough to turn the wiper on all the way, so you use the int for intermittent, and then it's the most satisfying thing in the world when you dial it in perfectly, you know, where you get that feeling like, okay, I better reach for it, and then it wipes itself. Oh my God. It's a great, like when the kids learn to wipe themselves. Anyway, it's 6:45 in the morning. Do I have a weather guy on the phone?
You do.
Hot dog. It's Landon?
Yeah.
And check it out. Landon Idlet from the National Weather Service, who just the other day was telling us about how, oh my God, I can't believe just how droughty it is.
Red flag, Ray.
Right. Yeah, you're the red flag today, bud. Landon, what's going on? How did we pick up all this extra weather?
You know, this is a little commercial break in the ongoing dry season, but let me tell you what, depending on where you're driving this morning, your windshield wipers will be between intermittent and oh my goodness.
Right.
And so we are seeing some heavy showers, and I have some numbers for you, and we all love numbers.
Sure.
The rainfall, the wettest day of the month for April this year has been on April 2nd, where we had about 0.3 of an inch of rainfall at the Guam Weather Office at the airport. But today, our rainfall totals are ranging anywhere from a couple dimes down in the south. Really not much rain down there, but the central and northern parts of Guam, we have seen a deluge with some of the rain gauges across Dededo topping 2.5 inches just in the last 3 to 4 hours. That is pretty significant. That might be a record for the day for this day in history, because we're looking at the numbers. And the record rainfall for April 23rd yesterday was set back in 1964, just over 2 inches. And so, you know, this is quite a relief for the islands, bringing some much needed rainfall to Guam. So that's definitely the good news. But we highlighted our weekly regional weather outlook yesterday that there's a surface trough sitting just offshore of Guam, and that's going to be moving by and giving us an uptick in showers Tuesday night and Wednesday morning, and really that produced, and it looks like there was some kind of an upper level feature that allowed to build these things vertically. So instead of influx of light to moderate showers, we had that vertical atmospheric support to allow these things to develop much higher into the atmosphere, bring in heavier showers. And that was the trigger to really develop these things overnight to what we're seeing this morning.
And it looks like there's some odd interaction, because I keep thinking that it wants to move to the east, but it doesn't. It just kind of keeps doing this little dance, lingering around the south of Guam.
And that's what we're seeing right now. We're seeing all this stuff at the surface, the lower level of atmosphere. Those are all the trade winds, and that's generally pushing the surface trough and all the low-level moisture westward into the Philippine Sea. But the upper-level winds are surging from the west to the east, and so that's helping fuel these showers to be more vertically developed higher into the atmosphere. And so the higher into the atmosphere, the cooler the cloud top temperatures are, and the more heavy rainfall potential there is, even with a slight chance of thunderstorms.
So we've got a flood advisory until about 7:15, another half hour. Does that give us an indication that that's when we anticipate this to dry up and go back to being a hot, muggy Guam day? Or is this what the weather's going to look like for the next 12 hours?
Well, the word on the street is that flood advisory is now being extended to 9 o'clock this morning. So it looks like it's going to be lingering for a little while longer. We're going to be assessing this throughout the day. Of course, our radar is down. This is one of those days that a Doppler weather radar would be very critical to our now time analysis. What's happening and where it's happening.
First thing I reached for when I got in this morning, I wanted to turn on the radar to see what was going on, but it's on the fritz. Send your brother, the science officer, to go kick it.
You know, he's still on vacation, and I'm going to file a complaint against him, so we'll see what happens.
Write him up. Write up that guy. Here we are. It's the first time that we've seen any rain all month long, and it's real rain that's falling, and we can't track it on the radar. Has anybody got any working radar around here, the airlines or the Air Force?
Well, there's a number of other assets available, but none that we have access to. But we are working with the Air Force to get that resolved, and it's a battery issue. So we're going to try to work with the Anderson Public Affairs to get some communications put out to the public, just to give a status update on the radar and the downtime and how much longer is expected. But the radar itself is in decent working order. We're just waiting for some critical batteries for the power supply. But, you know.
Did you check Home Depot? Again, they got you could buy like a 60 battery thing for like $20.
Yeah, the AAAs aren't going to cut it.
Huh. It's like sophisticated, like Tesla car batteries or something. Is that what's going on?
There's some pretty high-dollar sophisticated batteries for the power supply. And so we want that stable power generation at the radar site. So if there's any brownouts or power surges, that it can have a stable operation, because any fluctuations in the power supply can cause pretty significant damage to the electronic components.
All right, so
that's where we are.
Notwithstanding the weather, we've got the satellite, and you've got access to all kinds of other scientific gee whiz stuff at the National Weather Service place. Can you give me a semblance of what traffic is going to be like? What weather is going to be like? I know what the traffic is going to be like tomorrow. What's the weather going to be like? There's a lot of people that are looking at Donkey Village going, that's a long walk from where I'm going to end up parking to the front door of Donkey Village.
Oh, yeah.
Should we bring umbrellas tomorrow?
No, we should be back to a dry pattern tomorrow. And so we're going to have our afternoon forecast package go out between 4 and 6 o'clock this afternoon. So we do expect all this stuff to gradually push off to the west throughout the day today. But your morning commute's going to be sloppy and soggy this morning. So plan extra time when you'll be driving out this morning. But by this afternoon, evening, we should see drying conditions. And tomorrow, really back to the dry trade wind season pattern.
Yeah.
And so,
as you said, this is a commercial break. Commercial break, and enjoy the day off from having to water the plants, and don't worry about washing the car. It's 6:51 and change. Landon, always a pleasure talking with you. Appreciate all the information. You have a great day.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ray.
888-8255-888-TALK is the telephone number. And that might be, that's the big story of the day. That's, ladies and gentlemen, that was today's big story.
He gaslit you the whole time, Ray.
Really? Not the first time. Not the first time. Oh, no, it's going to be great again tomorrow.
God, Landon.
But anyway, so there we are. The top story of the day is everybody woke up this morning and it was raining. And in the case of Mark Cruz, he said it started raining about 11:30 last night. So I don't know. 11:30 last night, I was fast asleep dreaming about Trump winning the election and then straightening everything out. Because there's trust me, there's a lot of stuff that needs straightening out. Do you have kids at Columbia University or some of these colleges? Because I think it was at Columbia Colombia, they've gone to online learning. So you're not paying like $90,000 a year for your kids to sit in a Columbia shirt in a Zoom meeting for school. Years after classes were, and remember what we learned about online classes, they don't work. Years after classes were canceled far and wide due to the threat of COVID-19, in-person lectures at Columbia University were halted for a much different reason. The New York campus has been a hotbed of pro-Palestinian protests in recent days, leading to arrests and concerns regarding how to ensure that students and staff can remain safe in the increasingly volatile environment. Similarly, if smaller demonstrations have also erupted at other colleges, including Massachusetts Institute of Technology, and it's spreading. There's a contagion that is going on in these lefty cities, in these lefty campuses, where they've basically allowed these guys way too much latitude for way too long, and now these kids think they can do anything. And now they're getting out there and they're camping out in all of these spots.
Possible, Ray.
Well, the police are getting sent in, and people are actually getting arrested. And some of these universities that have been fomenting, allowing all of this nonsense to take root, to take hold, are as I think they were in the beginning of the October 7th crisis, are all of a sudden facing donors that are saying, okay, you know, I looked the other way when all of this the shenanigans started a few months back, but I can't anymore. One of the guys that owns that football team is taking all of his money out. But here's the other side of the story: is there's still a whole lot of these pro-Palestinian countries out there that support all of these universities to the tune of millions and millions and millions of dollars a year. Anyway, 6:55. You'll hear more about that on the Fox News here in just a couple of minutes. Other things going on. The drama escape. Well, I was in the midst of an interview yesterday with Guam Regional Medical City, your healthcare partners, talking about the transitional care program that they've got. What was going on was apparently there was an escapee from the Department of Corrections. Yeah. I don't know why he would want to escape there. I hear great things about it, especially since my cousin Fred took over. But he decided that this is prison. Not for me. I'm too pretty for prison, and decided to get out there, and there was drama on Route 16.
He decided to be more outgoing,
right? Drama on Route 16, and there's a handful of pictures that were floating around yesterday, and a handful in social media. But this Avzehi guy that decided to take himself out for a walk.
This Avzehi guy.
I don't know the whole story, and we'll hopefully find out about it. But it was Route 16, and there were a lot of people. And I love this because it's the day and age of the smartphone with a camera in it, and there were a lot of pictures floating around. Not sure how this one got out because it doesn't look like it was taken from the vantage of somebody's car window. But this is the guy. Probably dressed down to his bahakis here. So that the cops could make sure, and the prison people could make sure that there wasn't any contraband or anything that he could use on himself to be able to harm himself.
He just
or
wanted
the guards.
to run a 5K, Ray.
Right. But so the guy was out there, and I thought that was interesting. Police drama in real life on the roadway where there was a lot of people, because Route 16 is a busy place anymore with all of that construction that's going on. So we got all kinds of pictures and notifications. Again, we'll find out a little bit more about what the nature was, how he was discovered, how he came up missing from the Department of Corrections, and how he got out. We know how he got back in, and what about the additional charges that are going to be laid on him. What else can he expect out of the judicial system and the justice system as a result of his running away? Speaking of judicial systems, they're not all the same. They're not all the same. There's stories. I'm having because as I said, I'm extra spitty today. Might be difficult for me to get outwards without soaking the microphone. At any rate, I sound like Biden. Oh, what? That's what I'm thinking. I sound like Biden.
Perfect.
Yeah. So there's a story from our favorite journalist, Guam Logroño, from the Philippines. And as I said, they've got a whole different way to manage that population out there. In Cebu, a teen has been nabbed for stealing a table from a restaurant. Accomplices still at large. Stealing a table, huh? Gotta be desperate. An 18-year-old man arrested after he was caught stealing a table from a restaurant about 7:40 Monday on F. Vestil Street in the Barangay Mambaling in Cebu City. 3 other men. By the way, I don't know if it's obvious, but this is the whole reason why I like these Guam stories, the Guam Logroño stories, because it gives me a chance to practice my Filipino. Right? Where are you from? Barangay Mambaling. 3 other men who were with the arrested suspect were able to escape, carting away several items. They remained at large. Jasper Celis, a resident of Sitio Manga, Barangay Mambaling, was nabbed after the restaurant owner Rodolfo de los Santos. Rodolfo? Rudy Rodolfo? Do we have relation here? Anyway, so the 68-year-old man saw him carrying the restaurant's table. Major John Limbert Yanko, chief of the Mambaling police station, told Super Balita Cebu that Celis was turned over to them by De Los Santos, who told police that his restaurant was closed Saturday and Sunday as they were in Manila. De Los Santos said they arrived in Cebu City Monday evening, went to the restaurant as they were supposed to clean and prepare it for Tuesday's reopening. That was when they saw 4 people inside the restaurant walking out with their stuff. Now, there's a phrase in Cebuano, but I can't read it, so I'll do the English translation. They were surprised to see the 4 people taking away their things. The owner shouted, "Thieves!" The thieves scampered, but De Los Santos, 68-year-old man, managed to grab Celis, who wouldn't put down the table. Stupid, right? He kept trying to run out with a table. The 3 other suspects carted away an Apple tablet, 9 dining tables, 1 set of billiard balls, and a BMX bicycle. The items carted away were worth a total of about 37,000 pesos, or $7. So what do we got? Asked about the incident, Celis said they targeted the restaurant, adding it was him who entered the restaurant and was passing on the things to his friends. The owner cornered me when I ran, he said. I was caught because the table was heavy. Did it occur to you to put it down? Police said Celis was also arrested 3 times before, also for theft. So there we got similarities in our systems. I wonder where in the story it is that they're taking these tables out of restaurants and selling them to buy crystal methamphetamine. I got to break away. I got Fox News coming up here in just moments. We'll find out about the political unrest on campuses nationwide and when they'll allow Donald Trump to start talking again. Stand by now. That's ahead here on The Ray Gibson Show. Donna D with news after that. Drive Time King Jerry Roberts with the extra point right here on The Point.
They're picketing, chanting, and walking out of class. Elisa Brady, Fox News. Pro-Palestinian protests continuing to spread to more college campuses nearly a week after a tent encampment was first set up at Columbia University in New York City, where protesters are marching right now, some holding signs that read, "Resistance is not terrorism," but some others have openly supported Hamas. Columbia is now switching to a hybrid model for now, allowing most students to take class from home until the semester ends next month. White House Deputy Spokesman Andrew Bates telling reporters,
echoing the rhetoric of terrorist organizations, especially in the wake of the worst massacre committed against the Jewish people since the Holocaust, is despicable.
He spoke while traveling with President Biden, who focused on abortion rights in Florida, where he's also holding campaign events today. For former President Trump, it was day 6 of the New York criminal trial that he calls election interference. More than 100 people reached a settlement with the Justice Department for nearly $139 million over claims the FBI mishandled sexual assault allegations against then sports doctor Larry Nassar, allowing him to abuse many others before the arrest that ultimately sent him to prison.
The Department of Justice admitted in an internal report released in 2021 that publicly the FBI agents in Los Angeles and Indianapolis did not move on allegations against Larry Nassar from 2015 and 2016. It came to light in this investigation. FBI Director Christopher Wray apologized and expressed regret to survivors back in 2021.
Fox's David Spunt in Washington. Just getting word of a plane crash outside Fairbanks, Alaska. Not clear how many people were on board or whether it was a passenger flight. The plane is a Douglas DC-4, which used to have standard seating of 44, but most have been converted to freight planes. America is listening to Fox News.
Stay cool all year round by checking out Johnstone Supply for your HVAC and refrigeration needs. Located at 170 Guerrero Drive on Picanell Road in Tamuning, call Johnstone Supply today at 671-649-0581. That's 671-649-0581. Open 8 a.m. to noon and 1 to 5 p.m. Monday to Friday. Open Saturdays from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. and closed on Sundays. Stay cool with Johnstone Supply.
For all your real estate needs, call the professionals at Hoffaday Realty. Jody, Saran, Libby, and Lolita, and they'll take care of you on every step of the real estate process. No worries. Just contact Hoffaday Realty at 588-4232 or 588-HOFFA or email them at hoffadayrealty@gmail.com. They're at 426 Chell in San Antonio, Suite 204 in Tamuning. Open Monday through Friday, 10 to 4. Hoffaday Realty for all your real estate needs.
Change is on the way to get tougher on crime in some Democrat-led cities and states.
We watched a couple of years ago places experiment with this idea of decriminalizing narcotics, and now these same places are recriminalizing. Oregon is a good example of that. The state's Democratic governor signed a bill into law this month that makes small amount possession a crime once again. Here in D.C., we have these temporary drug-free zones popping up. They're on a rolling basis. It returns power to police to engage with groups of people who appear to be involved with distribution. Then you have Philadelphia, where Democratic Mayor Sherrell Parker has kicked off plans to shut down the city's notorious billion-dollar open-air drug market.
Fox's Alexandria Hoff. In California, it's deadline day for a bipartisan group of lawmakers collecting signatures to undo parts of a 2014 ballot measure that reduced penalties for some theft and drug possession offenses. Trouble for Tesla, the EV maker's first quarter income plummeting 55% amid falling global sales and price cuts. Ahead of the earnings report, the company reportedly issuing notices that more than 6,000 layoffs are coming in Texas and California. Actual records are hot sellers for a certain pop star.
Taylor Swift's latest album, The Tortured Poets Department, continues to break records. Not only did she already break streaming records, she's now broken her own vinyl record for the most sales of a vinyl album in a week. And she did it in just 3 days, with 700,000 copies sold over the weekend. The previous weekly record belonged to Swift's release from last October 1989, Taylor's version, which sold 693,000 copies in a 7-day period. Who held the record before 1989? You guessed it, also Swift with Midnights. That set a record for weekly vinyl sales when it was released in October of 2022, with 570,000 sold. Michelle Polino, Fox News.
Wall Street rallies for a second day. The Dow up 263. And Lisa Brady, Fox News.
Walk down the aisle into Choice Broadcasting and Lotte Hotel's Island Wedding Expo. So if you're a couple planning for that special day, come over. One lucky couple will have a chance to win a round-trip ticket to Japan, courtesy of United Airlines, a free engagement photo shoot, and so much more. Come browse through our amazing sponsor booths: United Airlines, The Glam Shop, R. Lewis Weddings, Payless Floral, Isla Jewelry, Weddings by Jane, Elle's Bridal, Finch Jewelers, Michaela Winters Photography, Weddings by Cha, The Occasion, Rustic Poppy Photography, Stelstar Productions, DJ Stewart, and Perfect View 360. Did I mention it's open to the public? Yes, free. Mark the date, May 19th. Doors open at 9 a.m. till 3 p.m. at the Lotte Hotel Crystal Ballroom. It's the Island Wedding Expo, a Choice Broadcasting event.
Happy birthday, Guam Chamber of Commerce. The Guam Chamber of Commerce celebrates its 100th anniversary at the Hyatt Regency Guam, May 4th, with a theme inspired by the movie Saturday Night Fever. The Chamber's membership includes many corporations, large and small, entrepreneurs, and non-profit organizations. The Chamber keeps the business community's voice strong and vibrant to help businesses thrive and make Guam a better place for us all. Let's congratulate the Guam Chamber of Commerce and its members on celebrating the 100th anniversary.
Your 7 o'clock local news is brought to you by AB Risk Solutions.
Half a day at 7:06. I'm Donna De Jesus. Here's a look at your local news on the point. 34-year-old James Anthony Benito on felony release for a drug case, and 34-year-old Jovan Humphrey have been charged with burglary and theft felonies. Humphrey was seen taking an $8,000 mountain bike from a Yamaha store earlier this month. The bike was recovered at Crust Pizzeria. Later, surveillance footage from PIC showed Humphrey and Benito leaving with a laptop and headphones valued at $2,300. Humphrey was found at Ipoh Beach and admitted to the thefts, stating they were looking for food and alcohol. Benito was previously charged with drug possession and is linked to 2 family violence cases. Humphrey could face 24 years, while Benito could face up to 66 years if found guilty. And unsealed court documents reveal nearly 40 pounds of meth along with marijuana seized from mail packages since 2020. The intercepted packages contained amounts ranging from 31 grams to over 7,500 grams of meth. Over a dozen search warrants detail how drugs were sent to various addresses across the island, with many originating from California. Packages often had fictitious or vacant lot return addresses. The USPS and Customs have been alert in detecting narcotics. Recent seizures include a package intercepted at the Barragata post office containing 22 grams of meth and larger quantities found in packages sent to various locations like Dedido, Mongmong, and Talafofo in 2020 and 2023. More news after this.
Boss, I got run over by a forklift.
Boss, I crashed a company truck.
What do we do? Our warehouse and inventory are gone.
Hi, this is Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and it's time for Risk 101. Everything you just heard are examples of risk your businesses can face. Our job is to ask the hard what-if questions and teach you how to reduce your exposures and help you recover if things go sideways. We've got decades of experience in Micronesia working with businesses big and small. Call AB Risk Solutions today at 777-2668 for a free inspection and quote.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
The Supreme Court has scheduled arguments for the AG's conflict case for May 20. AG Doug Moylan withdrew legal representation for 22 GovGuam agencies due to ongoing investigations. Governor Lou Leon Guerrero opposes this, stating it hinders agency duties. The court allotted 30 minutes each for arguments from the Governor's Council and the AG's office. Chief Justice Robert Torres and Justices Catherine Merriman and Philip Carbolito oversee the case. Additional submissions from amicus parties must be filed by May 3. The AG and the governor have until April 29 and May 6, respectively, to respond to briefs. And GRMC has introduced a transitional care clinic, or TCC, aimed at reducing hospital readmissions and enhancing patient support post-hospitalization. Located on the first floor of the hospital's multi-specialty clinic, the TCC will be managed by GRMC's internal medicines team. A TCC visit includes evaluations of medical and psychosocial issues, initial contact within 2 business days of post-discharge, and a face-to-face visit within 7 to 14 days. Transitional care management service will be available for 29 days after discharge, allowing patients to connect with clinical staff for questions. The TCC complements existing medical services without competing with primary care clinics. And those were your top stories. Back to Ray with weather.
Yep, interesting concept, and they're the guys to do all of that stuff. Partly sunny at some point today with highs near 88 degrees. East winds 8 to 15 miles an hour, gusting as high as 20. 7:10 in the morning. Real Joe, you went outside for a second. What's it like? Still dreary?
You better put extra lotion on today.
Oh, really?
It's going to be dry.
Yeah, right. Partly cloudy tonight with overnight lows of about 78 degrees. Winds are east 8 to 13 miles an hour. It will return to mostly sunny skies tomorrow, according to the National Weather Service, with daytime highs around 88 degrees. East winds 8 to 13 miles an hour. Partly cloudy tomorrow night. Mostly sunny on Friday with highs near 89 degrees. We got overnight lows of about 78 degrees on Friday evening. With the heat index, it'll only get to be around 90 degrees today. There's a 30% chance of rain, and wherever you happen to be, you're laughing at that comment right now. You had 30%. Oh, right, I got you 30% right here, Gibson. We got the red flag warnings in effect if it does get hot again sometime this week for all of that. Now they do say that Landon did say tomorrow. For the odd-numbered village of donkey shoppers, it should be okay. I'd still pack an umbrella or maybe consider buying one once you get inside the store, because you never know what's going to be happening around here. Sunset tonight, that's something we know about, is going to be about 6:35 or so. There it is, news and weather together on 93.3. This is The Point.
Celebrating Burger King's 35th anniversary with our new candied bacon Whopper. Our new Whopper starts with a quarter-pound flame grilled beef topped with sweet bacon jam, creamy garlic aioli sauce, thick-cut candied bacon, crispy onions, fresh lettuce, and tomatoes on a warm sesame seed bun. Make it a meal with French fries or onion rings and a refreshing Coca-Cola. Now available for a limited time only at BK Agutnya, Tumon Bay, Micronesia Mall, and at the airport. Thank you, Guam, for 35 years. You rule.
Okay, what's instant issue?
You open an account, you receive your new debit card right then as an instant issue.
And if I have to replace my card for whatever reason?
Yep, you order, it's ready. No waiting for the mail. And you can track your usage on your online banking in real time.
Wait, I can see my purchase or ATM activity when they happen?
Yep, instantly.
I like it. Where do I sign up?
Bank Pacific. You know, Rose put branches, we place routes instantly.
Member FDIC.
I got you. 7:12 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. Thank you very much, Sarita and Stash, for the gift this morning.
Thank you.
Pam Duvall watching me eat. She says you just ate $20 worth of strawberries. I don't. In other stores, maybe $20, but not Donkey Village, because otherwise we would have gotten just one or two strawberries. So it must be very, very reasonably priced out there. And along with that, Sarita also got a box of other goodies. They're Pudding Club cookies. And so it looks like a little pudding cup with a monkey face on it.
Yeah.
Because this is the Ray Gibson Show, where we monkey around. Anyway, so these are really good. There's like cookie on the bottom, and it's not really custard on the inside. It's a custard-flavored coating that they've got on the thing. And that's one of the cool things that I liked about Donkey Village this will be a destination for tourists. Because when you walk in, if you go left, Infusion is that way. Yeah, Infusion is that way. If you go right, there's a whole souvenir wonderland for Koreans and Japanese to be able to get some omiyage souvenirs to take back to Japan. Although I think it's going to be interesting that Japanese will be getting souvenir items that they actually came from Japan. You know, I'm taking you home. I'm taking you home. Box of cookies. So anyway, you got that. That'll be fun. Now the other thing that she got was there is what I forget the name of it, Mitsuya or something like that. There is like a drugstore on the inside of the place. So it was nice.
I can't wait
Sarita
to go to that one just for the makeup.
Yeah, Sarita went to get something for Donna D, and it's whipped premium. And I saw this and I said, "Can I have some of that for my strawberries?" And apparently this is not some kind of a whipped cream.
It's face wash.
It's face wash.
It's skin whitening.
That would be funny if I walked out and then I came back in and you were spreading that all over your strawberry.
Why not? You know, I'm down to try anything. But yeah, there's some neat stuff that they've got in there. 7:14 on the Ray Gibson Show. It's supposed to go to. I already did the weather, right? Oh, I got to do this part. Portions of the broadcast made possible by Guam Regional Medical City. They are your healthcare partners, and APL, American President, lines a global presence with a local home.
Rediscover talk radio here. It's the Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Who's making soup? There needs to be some kind of soup making going on. Oh yeah. Can you smell it already?
Yeah.
You know what else they have?
Shank.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. That I saw there was like lots of beef shanky things over at the Village of Donkey, and I looked at that, and it's one of those. I'm looking and going, I can go from here to that aisle over there and get everything that I need and make that. Put some long rice soup in there. Oh, it'd be so good. Anyway, 7:15 in the morning, 888-8255. I'm extra spitty today, and I think maybe some of it has to do with all of the food or the food talk that is going on around here. Have you had your coffee? Interesting new statistics. We have hit a record in coffee consumption. More on that in a couple of minutes. In the meantime, is that my cousin on the phone?
That's my uncle.
Oh, your uncle?
Uncle Fred.
Uncle Fred. Okay,
Berdallo.
your uncle, my cousin.
Okay.
Freddie Berdallo on the line for the Department of Corrections. Good morning, Fred. How you doing, buddy?
Good morning, Ray. I'm having my coffee right now.
Very good. You joined 67% of the nation now. They ask a question in a survey. Have you had coffee in the past day? 67% of the respondents said absolutely yes. And that is a new high for coffee consumption in the U.S. So you're doing your part, and I'm glad to hear it. So tell me a little bit about the story. We're all excited about the high stakes and crime scene action in front of a whole bunch of people on Route 16 yesterday with with your escapee, but tell me a little bit about the background. How did he come up missing, and what steps did you, working with the police department, take next?
Thank you for that, Ray. You know, the investigation is being conducted by the Guam Police Department right now on that escape, and once that detainee was captured almost by the Barragata area by the commercial tire that in the post office.
Yeah.
They brought him over to Central Precinct, and the Guam police officers had it from there. What we did see is it was discovered that the individual was not accounted for. So when they started implementing what we call our security operations plan, and the warden, what he does in that security operations plan is activate from the security threat management, our fugitive apprehension team, which consists of both the SORT team, the Special Operations Response Team, and our parole service officers, right? And I'm proud of that because we exercised that about a month ago in a different scenario, within the vicinity. And what it calls for is activating not only just the SORT team and the Parole Services Division and a full lockdown, but it also activates our other law enforcement partners like the Guam Police Department, and up the street, the conservation officers from Department of Agriculture.
Oh, really?
And yes, and what happens is so that at least we have the area sealed off, and then of course part of the plan calls for informing the Office of Homeland Security, the Marianas Regional Fusion Center, and then from there it's pushed out to all the different stakeholders, the law enforcement agencies, including federal.
Well, it feels like it went pretty quick. What time did all of this happen? Because I think I got my first notice in the middle of an interview I was doing with GRMC yesterday about that transitional service that they've just announced, and by the time I was done with the interview, he'd already been captured.
Yeah, this happened about 6:37 when it was reported.
So he wasn't out that long then.
Yeah, he wasn't out that long. They, according to the information I was given. But, as we do the administrative internal affairs investigation, our internal affairs officers are going to be looking at what the Guam Police Department find out when they interviewed this individual to see, what was the time frame, and, of course, the rationale why the individual decided to.
Well, I mean, I understand the rationale. I don't want to be in prison either, and if there's a door left open, I'm going. I'll walk out through it if that's the nature. Why was he in the Department of Corrections in the first place? What this Zahi guy? What's he alleged to have done?
From the information I got, it was a warrant of arrest. I believe he violated his some terms, but he had a previous history of a family violence, strangulation, and a domestic. So he had that history, but the thing about it too, again, I said, is part of this investigation that we do. As I said, is we look at the security protocols. When I worked at the correctional facilities in the military, everything is about movement control, right? Like you have to control where each person goes. It's always busy in the daytime when everyone has court appointments or going out to these work sites. But in that dome, as I had mentioned, 25 Alpha, where this individual was housed at, it's an open bay. There are not cell blocks, and if there were cell blocks, it's easy to control movement because you don't open a cell, and it's more, it's more controlled when you have that kind of, as I said, the domes weren't designed, to be sort of like a confinement for regular, for inmates for a long term while they're for their pretrial or for sentencing. But it's an overflow being used by the Agana detention facility for pretrial detainees.
Okay. I found the magistrate report. It comes from about the 20th of February. Eldon Cruz of Zehi arrested for strangulation as a third-degree felony, family violence as a third-degree felony. Now, this was just as a detainee, so he was just awaiting trial. Does this get added? So, I mean, if he's found guilty of these charges and otherwise sentenced to a term in your prison here, will he have additional charges placed on him? Is this a separate case now for which he could be tried?
Yes, when the Guam Police Department charges them, for the escape, their reports are forwarded to the Office of Attorney Generals, and I'm sure the Office of Attorney Generals are going to look to prosecute individuals in our vicinity who do with escape charges. Because it sends a message to our inmates too that you're going to be here a little bit longer if if you don't abide by what the regulations are and by what your staying in custody.
But for clarity, at this point, there's still no clear how he did it. What was the MO? I mean, was obviously wasn't let out. Was there an issue in the transportation? Was somebody took his eyes off him just long enough for him to escape out a front door or back door? No information on that.
Those are all the details that the Guam Police Department are gathering when interviewing the person, and it's also going to be with our internal affairs officers who are going to invest the employees and look at what was the staff. What was the staffing level?
Well, there's a whole other conversation, Cousin Fred, that has taken place. My understanding is that you've received communication and queries from Senator Chris Barnett from the legislature. Have you had a chance to respond to any of those queries and why it is that we've apparently got people that are working at the Department of Corrections in uniform that are failing drug tests and not getting fired?
Yes, I believe that the only response I gave, I believe, to a media source is that I received the senator's letter, on his concerns and that, and
well, you can answer me if you want. They all listen. They'll get it. What'd you come? Is there going to be a response forthcoming to those questions? Because they are kind of alarming. Where apparently there was some kind of weird fight club going on, where you'd have your guards basically entertaining themselves by watching inmates fight each other, and then the idea that they've been testing positive for crystal methamphetamines and other drugs, and there is no safe harbor for these guys. They should have been drummed out.
Yeah. And actually, Ray, the cases, when it comes down to information that the senator received about, disciplinary action or adverse action, just like I had mentioned to another media outlet about any information they get on that, these are
should not have been. Testing positive for drug use is outside of the rules and regulations of the Department of Corrections.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. All I can say is this, in every single case that we look at, we're guided by the Office of the Attorney General and all our internal affairs and our administrative disciplinary procedures. We don't have a legal counsel at the Department of Corrections.
Okay.
And even at the Guam Police Department, they're guided by the Office of the Attorney Generals in looking at the internal affairs findings. And then prior to making the whatever disciplinary action, we're guided by the Office of Attorney General. That's why it's on the up and up.
All right, I'll bug him then. 7:25 in the morning, Cousin Fred. Thanks very much for catching the guy, and Guam is once again safe. Talk to you pretty soon. 7:20 from that guy. He's apparently a slow runner. Sign up for a couple of 5Ks. Perimeter relay is coming up this weekend with the Guam Running Club. I'll tell you a little bit more about what the guy was initially busted for, what got him behind bars. But just some of the numbers on the markets here. Never mind the markets. Let's take a look at where we are with the oils. West Texas crude $83.39, up from where it was yesterday by about 37 cents. Tapas is down happily. It was 89.33. And now it is 88.07. So that's a decent enough drop. Make me happy, but not enough probably to get the price of gasoline anywhere near the $3.25 that we'd like it to be. If you're going to Japan yen is still weak against the dollar, 154.8 today. It was 154.80. Yes, time to buy your luxury Japanese items. Philippine peso at 57.38, and the South Korean won trading at 1,373. Real Jerry Roberts has not had a chance to go to Donkey Village that I'm aware of this morning, but we do have some omiyage that came in earlier. Beautiful Sarita Guerin has got these are vegan strawberries.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Vegan strawberry.
Yeah.
It's got to be, right?
I'll try one.
They're never touched by human hands or cows or pigs or anything. And then there's some kind of confections over there, and that the stuff in the tube.
Yeah.
Just put that on strawberries.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's gluten-free.
Yeah.
It's gluten-free.
Looks like, okay, yeah, I'll be sure to do that.
Jerry Robertson, the Extra Point.
And by the way, we're celebrating the
return of the rains?
No, the opening of Village of Donkey by a major onslaught of rain.
But there's not today.
That's going to be like tomorrow.
No, Landon, we talked to Landon about that because, of course, there are two major stories on Guam right now. One of them is, oh, my God, it rains here because it hasn't all month, apparently. And then the other one is the grand opening of Donkey Village, which is tomorrow when they're doing it. Today's one of their last of the Friends and Family days.
Traffic backed up to Dededo.
Already.
Oh, yeah.
Gridlock is the word you're trying to use. 727, Jerry Roberts has got this morning's Extra Point being brought to you by First Hawaiian Bank.
Thank you. Yesterday, we gave 3 ideas on how to help workers be more productive. No advanced degree needed. Just do simple things to connect better and help people inch forward. All right. Today, we're going to lift the hood a little bit and see why this may be important. It's coming next on the Extra Point.
Get closer to your next adventure with the United Credit Card from First Hawaiian Bank. Every dollar spent can help you earn miles towards your upcoming trip. Earn 2 times the miles for $1 spent on gas, groceries, and United Airlines tickets. And earn 1 mile for every dollar spent on all other qualifying purchases. Plus, there's no expiration on the miles you've earned. Get on board with a First Hawaiian Bank United Credit Card. It all starts with yes. Terms and conditions apply. To learn more, visit any First Hawaiian Bank branch or go to fhb.com/United.
At APL, their expertise and extensive work can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing their efforts in giving back to the community. APL's dedicated team in Guam and the U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
Okay, so question number 1. What constitutes a productive 8-hour day? This is a general question. Question 2. Within your normal 8-hour workday, how many hours are you truly productive? This, then, is a personal question. Over the years, when this topic has been raised, the consensus has usually come in at about 6 hours. 8-hour day, 6 hours of good work turned in. Yeah, not perfect, but hey, we can live with it, right? So does what I offered yesterday, the 3 ideas for managers to juice production a little, have relevance for the 2024 workplace? Let's find out. For the majority of my career, the way many people began their day at work was to ease into it with coffee, visiting with coworkers, and probably reading the newspaper. If you got in at like 8 o'clock in the morning, your first actual work took place somewhere between 8:30 and 8:45. Now, were there some people who started churning and burning immediately after arrival? Yes, we had some of those. Were there some people who didn't do anything productive well into hour number 2? Yes, we certainly had those too. Were there variables here? Sure. Not everybody burned away the first hour. That being said, some didn't start churning out anything worthwhile until well into maybe hour 3. Yeah. Now today, the main difference might be that people spend more time with their phones than they might with the newspaper. Beyond any doubt, that is society's loss. Thus, you can substitute checking messages and scrolling social media for going over the daily paper. The rest is largely the same. Coffee and chatting up our coworkers is still alive and well. Then there are 15-minute breaks that stretch into 20 to 25 minutes. There are 2 of those each day. Add to that a general slowing down in the 15 minutes or so prior to the lunch break. Then a 60-minute lunch that turns into 75 to 90 minutes when you consider that people kind of ease back into their afternoon once they get back from lunch, kind of the same way they did first thing in the morning. Finally, another slow down 15 minutes or so before it's time to leave. Now, some people say, what do you mean 15? It's like an hour before they leave. When you do the math, adding up all of the extra minutes taken, it takes you into the area of about 2 hours, maybe a little more. To hit that 6-hour productivity mark referred to earlier, the worker would have to remain totally focused on their work for the rest of the time on the job. Totally focused to get to the 6 hours of productivity. Now, that's going to be a challenge. as it wouldn't allow for the number of times the worker may check their phone for messages during work time. It also doesn't account for those times when a worker simply coasts, turning a 30-minute job into 2 or 3 hours. Again, like it doesn't happen, right? Actually, there's a term for that, and I forgot what it was, but there's actually a scientific term for that. Again, I'm not saying how this is how you or your coworkers conduct your business. However, as I've painted this picture, I'm sure that you can see the faces of those workers who fit this description. Therefore, the 3 ideas given yesterday address the issue. Number 1, get people focused on their work early. Knowing the boss is monitoring the day from the get-go, maybe they'll get into their actual tasks quicker. Number 2, connect individually in the first half of the day, doing your coaching and training and feedback, and otherwise connecting with people on that personal level. This is usually more effective earlier in the day rather than later when people are tired and they're only involved in certain things up to their eyeballs, and they don't want to break away from that. Finally, when people come back from lunch, and with lunch in Guam almost always jammed with simple carbohydrates, the tendency is to slow down. Re-engaging with workers after lunch gets their attention back on the work. The lunch slump, as it's called, brought on by the carbs, will still have an impact, but you should get some value from their effort by the time that takes place. So far as stealing a few minutes here and there with longer breaks and easing into lunch and slowing down at the end of the day, this is an area each manager has to decide on. If workers are productive and the team is doing well, these issues can be overlooked, making it sort of a perk for the individuals. On the other hand, if productivity is slipping, people should know that a quote-unquote loose clock is a privilege only made possible by results, and that makes accountability a shared factor. Can you get 6 productive hours every day in your own work? And if you're a manager, can you get 6 productive hours on average from every member of your team? In your work, would you settle for 4 or 5? Or do you need 7? This just might make for a highly interesting conversation when you get to work today. That's the Extra Point. Be responsible and make something good happen today. For 93.3 FM, The Ray Gibson Show and First Hawaiian Bank. I'm Jerry Roberts.
I got you. 7:34 in the morning on The Ray Gibson Show. Side benefit here, and I'm going to turn you on. I'll send you an email a little bit later on. I've got an iPad Pro, and one of the things that I love about the iPad Pro is it comes, well, you buy a pencil and you can write and annotate in PDF. It's got a stylus that you can. It's an accessory. It doesn't work very well because the iPad screen is too slippery. So the screen protector on my iPad is from an outfit called Paper-like. You can see through it, obviously, and it's got texture, so that when you're using your stylus on it, it feels like you're writing on paper. That's why they call it Paper-like. But the people over at Paper-like, you don't have to actually have this on your iPad. You don't even have to have an iPad, but they've got a newsletter that comes out that talks about different productivity apps and different tools and different techniques that you can use, and just like Extra Point, to be able to identify, workflow, work patterns when you are working best, and what to do in those kinds of times. I mean, it's like a weekly Extra Point, if you will. So if you're interested in that, go to paperlike.com on the World Wide Web and take a look at it and see what they've got for you. As I said, side benefit. You can, and if you like the idea of Paperlike, they sell that over at Beyond the Box at the Micronesia Mall, first floor of that location. A couple of stories before I let you run and we jump into some news and headlines, just because it's interesting. Link up with GCC. They're doing another one of those reverse job fairs, where there's a bunch of students in marketing and digital media and communications classes that will sit at their own desk, and then the businesses will be able to go and meet each one of them to find out which ones they'd like to hire. That begins this morning at 9 o'clock, goes until 2 at GCC's multi-purpose auditorium. If you can't make it today, or if you have an even-numbered car and you're not going to be able to get into Donkey Village tomorrow, they will have one as well. So today, the 24th and the 25th, 9 to 2 over there. And we spent so much time talking about AI And the chamber is going to be having one of their little small business committees, AI in daily operations, exploring practical uses and strategies for today's businesses.
Smart.
I think so. Let me see. Chris Duenas, Chief Financial Officer of Triple J Enterprises, will be the featured speaker at their small business seminar. This is going to take place Friday this week, speaking on the topic of AI in daily operations. Discover, it says, some of the many ways AI can help your businesses, from customer service to human resources to communications. The seminar offers actionable insights into integrating AI across various business functions. The meeting will take place Sumnak Ballroom over at the Westin. Doors will open at 8 o'clock in the morning if you're interested in that.
Nice.
There you take a look and see what they're doing. But, I just, for AI, it's still too much of a novelty for me to try to drill into any of these GPTs and things like that and sort out how to use them for work.
I was listening to somebody on another chat that I'm involved with, and they were saying that they don't use it very much, but all they're really using is the text things like ChatGPT or Midjourney or one of the other ones to make some kind of a graphic and playing around with it. I mean, there are actually applications for AI that you can get some value from. But you got to dig into them.
And for a lot of people, it's the idea. Okay, we put the package together, and you just got to figure out all the prompts and how to make one thing happen or another. Put something on a screen, make a video, or make some kind of a story up. And for a lot of people, it's an interesting curiosity. But like I said, I haven't figured out how to make it go yet. There are actual radio stations now that are using AI.
I bet.
And they've sorted out how to integrate AI into the playlist generation. So AI now knows what songs are coming up, and it will go and find out information about the song or the artist, where they're touring, how many records they sold last year, all of that stuff. And then they will come up with these different intros for every song. And then a voice will voice the intros for the songs. And
this is taking us down a bad road.
It is taking us down a bad road. Well, the fortunate thing is the latest ratings that I'm hearing about for these guys is that people are detecting that it is artificial intelligence and artificial AI generated, and they generally don't like it. If there's going to be somebody talking on the radio, they want it to be a human.
Okay, well, all right. So by next year or the year after, when you're like 63, okay, yeah. So when we can clone your voice to 100% of the tone and everything else, okay, and even get down to the inflection, and the attitude and the rest of it. We can clone you completely, right, and then attach AI with all the information and all the ideas and all the about all the things going on in the community, right? Imagine when we can do all that and get Ray's voice on top of that.
You can't replicate warmness.
It's the warmth and intelligence.
He ain't got no warmth. He ain't got warmness. But
it's the warmth. Jerry.
CapCut is a small video maker. CapCut's a video editor. A lot of people use it to make stories and reels on social media, TikTok and Instagram. Thing? Yeah, you can get it on PC. You can get it on Mac. I've got it on. Yeah, okay. CapCut is the name of it, and CapCut now has a feature where it will give you a sentence to read. You read it in, and then it will read it. It will play it back for you in your voice.
Okay.
And it's close. I mean, I know what my own voice sounds like. Sure. It's close, but it's not there. What is freaky, though, is it reads back the thing that you just read into it. It gives you a whole nother sentence. It reads it back. It gives you the playback, and then it will give you the same sentence in another language. In this case, it was Chinese. And it's just so weird to hear my voice speaking in announcer-style Chinese. And I thought that was pretty interesting. There's more. I've got a couple other stories on that. We'll share with you in a couple of minutes. Is that Rebecca?
Miss Respicio.
Miss Respicio. Okay, the Guam Energy office on the line here in a second. If you can hold on for a couple of minutes, we haven't done the news yet. We're just yakking with Jerry Roberts, Drive Time King Jerry Roberts, in the Extra Point, brought to you by First Hawaiian Bank. Time for news now, being brought to you by Burger King. They got 35 years on Guam, and they're celebrating with the new candied bacon Whopper. You know, bacon is meat candy already, but they candy this up, put a little bit of sweet and savory. Try that today. Holiday Realty is Pika's best realty for 2023. They want to hear from you. 588-4232. Now with news and headlines, here's Donna Dean.
Unsealed court documents revealed over 100 videos of Guam-based U.S. service members were uploaded to Pornhub without consent. Many of the videos, some showing uniformed personnel, were filmed in bathroom stalls, some near U.S. Navy vessels. Pornhub disabled the content and provided account details. No arrests have been made. Meanwhile, Guam has secured $62.4 million from the U.S. EPA's Solar for All program to provide renewable energy solutions for low and moderate income households. Led by the Guam Energy Office, the initiative will offer energy audits, weatherization support, and solar access through favorable loans. Director Rebecca Respicio aims for a 20% power bill reduction, while Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio stresses collaboration for a greener future. And Atkins Kroll donated a 2024 Toyota Tacoma to the American Red Cross Guam. This new vehicle replaces one damaged during Typhoon Mawar, enhancing relief efforts and emergency responses. Equipped with the Red Cross logo, the truck ensures quick recognition during disasters. Volunteers plan to use it for installing fire alarms and identifying centers in need of smoke detectors. And those are your local headlines. Back to Ray.
All right, thanks very much. 742. You mentioned Rebecca Respicio's name for the Guam Energy Office. She's actually on the phone right now to talk about that. We spent a little bit of time on the topic yesterday. The Biden-Harris administration has announced nearly $63 million to deliver residential solar, lowering energy costs and advancing environmental justice across Guam. And interesting language here: $62,450,000. That's a whole lot of solar panels. That's a whole lot of inverters. That's a whole lot of batteries, maybe, and I'm kind of curious as to how we're going to roll this all out. New to me yesterday, according to the governor's office, they've been tracking this for a little bit. So, Rebecca, welcome to the program.
Thank you so much, Ray.
Hey, how's your brother? Is your brother good? I haven't talked to your brother in a long time.
He's doing good.
Nice to hear.
Yeah, he's really busy. Obviously, a lot busier than I am.
You know, it's kind of crazy. It remind me that we probably need to talk to him before too much longer. There's another grant that came out. I don't know if it was from the EPA or maybe it was just some interior money, but they're trying to throw some money out to different places to help beef up shoreline or near shore, like boat launches and things like that. So maybe we'll spend a couple of minutes with him before too much longer. In the meantime, you're the star of this particular part of the program because now you are going to be overseeing the spend of the $62 million. My understanding is they sent the money to the Department of Administration, but this is a Guam Energy Office project, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
All federal dollars do go through, at least for our line agencies, go through the Department of Administration.
Okay. So how did you get the money? Did you have to apply for it?
We did have to apply for it. It was actually a competitive grant, and so all state jurisdiction, and it was open, so it didn't only have to come from state-designated agencies. Nonprofit organizations applied, multi-state organizations applied, so we were really, really lucky to be one of 60 that was selected. Our project was selected.
Okay, a competitive grant, $62 million. It sounds like a big chunk, but it actually comes from a much larger pot of money at this Solar for All, $7 billion worth of an investment. So we got $62 million worth of that. Good job, Rebecca Respicio and everybody from the Guam Energy Office. All right, so how do you envision this plan rolling out? So I'm a Manumku, and I'd like to know if being an old Manumku with a house with a rooftop is all I need to qualify.
Well, actually, it is an income-based qualifying program, but the thresholds are quite generous across the board. The focus here, again, is for low to moderate income households. Again, this is really to give opportunities for households that normally wouldn't be able to access this type of funding. They wouldn't normally qualify, like, let's say, at a regular bank or even through a solar company financing program. So it's really aimed at helping those that really want to get ahead of the game, start, reducing their consumption, start saving some money, but they just couldn't quite get it through the regular method.
Right, regular channels. I mean, because there's a couple of different ways that you can do it. Is you can decide what is this you want to build, go to the bank, get the money, get the loan from the bank, and then start the assembly on the roof, or you hook up with a company, and there are a couple here on Guam, or there were a couple here on Guam, that would basically subsidize everything for you, and instead of you paying GPA, you pay them.
for whatever it is that you generate off the roof. So there I think are some new models out there. Is home ownership a requirement? I know that you're talking about low to middle income folks out there, and I'm wondering, do they have to actually own the house that they want to put these solar goodies up on top of?
Well, that's a really good question.
Because poor people generally don't own houses.
Correct, you're right. And one of the beautiful parts of this program is that it is going to allow for renters to avail themselves of a program like this. So, like, let's say you're a landlord and you do rent to, like, Section 8, or you do have a family renting, paying their own utilities in that home, you actually would be able to apply, and we would work with the income of the renter in order to help manage a loan program that is going to be a win-win situation. You are the homeowner, so you are going to have to pay for this loan, but it is going to reduce the utilities, and so your renter is going to be experiencing a 20% savings on their bill.
So you said there's you said, all right, I'm the homeowner and I'm renting out to somebody in Section 8, and so the application will go through them, and then the equipment will be installed on my property. But since the power bill is going to them, they're the ones that are going to see the savings from all of that. Now you said I'm the one that takes out a loan for the gear.
Yeah. So this is not. This is really a loan program.
You're not just giving it to me.
No. But there are some stipulations that would allow for, like, grants and subsidies to help depending on the income and depending on the current energy bills. We would be able to there's a formula in the whole mix that is going to be able to, I guess, design a repayment plan that is going to be affordable. Now, the last thing that we want to do is put low to moderate income families into a greater debt. And so we have to be very strategic and very careful. Now, the Guam Energy Office is not a lending institution, so we are partnering up with the Guam Economic Development Authority to provide the loan assistance programs. We also were really smart in our application. This is probably one of the things that helped us to get it, was that we indicated in the first year of the program, we were really going to focus on designing it. We were going to make sure that we were careful, we were strategic. We want to make sure also that the contractors that are going to provide these services do receive necessary regulatory training. We have to work with energy audits. So every home that is applying for this will also receive an energy audit. We want to make sure that the household that is going to assume this loan and basically be responsible for repaying a loan isn't going to get cheated or, out of needing, let's say a company says, oh, you need 30 panels on your home, but GPA will actually come and do an assessment, do an energy audit, provide the recommendations as to exactly how many solar panels you are going to need.
Multidisciplinary. And that is actually linked to another story on solar. There's a problem that now there are too many solar panels on roofs, and they're generating too much electricity. And in some cases, and in some utilities where they have different buyback strategies, there are some places where the net cost of the electricity is zero. And there are utility agencies that are having a hard time with that. Let's build to what the requirements of the home are, as opposed to let's put as many panels on the roof as we possibly can.
Yeah, and that's, whenever we do a big project, and we do have a lot more projects on the horizon, which you'll hear about in real soon as we continue to do press releases. But we're really good about working with the Guam Power Authority. Now, my office is not a technical office. We are a program office. We work to help ratepayers lower their consumption, try to get them to lower their bills through multiple streams of, different programs that we offer. But it's really important to get the utility agency, to work with us. They are the technical experts. We don't have the experts. We don't even have an engineer on our staff. So it was important that we brought them to the table. Originally, believe it or not, GPA was going to apply for Solar for All, and it was just through our partnerships that we said, let's just do a consolidated application for the island. We didn't want to compete, with the utility agency, and they of course are very open to any kind of partnerships, and so we're just lucky we have a good relationship with them.
They may be able to provide other guidance. Simon Sanchez is online on the Facebook stream, and his comment, he's commenting both Guam and CNMI want grant funds. Hopefully the design of the program is well coordinated with GPA and CCU or CUC in order to maximize benefits without unintended consequences. It's about 10 to 15 megawatts of solar energy that we could net as a result of these installations. He's also asking a question. Maybe you can help him out with the answer. What happens if the low-income renter leaves and a non-eligible tenant replaces them? Will you remove the solar panels from the landlord's house? Or do you restrict them from only leasing to, say, Section 8 or low-income housing?
No, so I don't have the exact answer for that, but those are all in our brainwaves in terms of how we design the program. We don't want anybody to suffer as a result of this, obviously. So and Simon Sanchez will be one of the people that we're going to bring to the table. And, aside from the other GPA experts, when we really design this loan program, like I said, we're going to be careful and strategic. We don't want anybody to be, I guess, stuck in a rut. Does that make sense? We don't want
there are going to be people that aren't going to want to get trapped into the system, but we want to make sure that we can spread it out as wide as possible. Simon was expressing some interesting thoughts about adding this into the decentralized generation plans that I think everybody has to take into account. We've got solar farms on Guam, so we've got that centralized generation. Obviously, we've got a big plant going up in Ukadu that is going to be generating the bulk of the electrical needs of the island, and who knows what the other opportunities for renewables are going to be. But I've always been crazy about the idea of decentralized generation here on Guam, and this is a great way to do this. Now, how do we add all of that to the grid and then spread the benefit over the wider Guam area as opposed to just these low-income houses? I think that is part of the win that Simon and maybe some other folks at the Power Authority would be looking for.
Yeah, well, we worked really closely with John Cruz and some of their team when we were writing this application. We didn't have to go into too much details about all those aspects about it, but in the planning phase we will have to. And so we are going to bring them to the table to see what is going to be the best way to really approach this in an island-wide level so that everybody is benefiting while only individual households really do assume the real benefits of this program. So, Simon, I know you're listening, and we promise to bring you to the table and utilize your expertise. Like I said, we have a wonderful working relationship, with the folks over at GPA, and they're never far from our plans when we decide to execute and implement something that does deal with the power and the grid and resiliency. And so it's important that we just do bring you to the table, and we're going to do that.
Rebecca Respicio is with the Guam Energy Office, and they're the happy recipients of $62 million worth of Solar for All money coming out from the federal government, Biden administration, a part of a $7 billion plan to address, as it says, environmental justice. You can figure out what that piece of wokeism might mean. But at any rate, you had mentioned that there are a couple of other programs that you're going to be announcing here before too much longer. Does any of it involve you giving me money for painting my roof white or buying a new air conditioner or changing out my very old refrigerator?
Yeah, well, we currently do have our weatherization program here. Again, it is an income qualifying program, as I mentioned earlier.
No, can you get another one that's not income? Because I'd like to weatherize, and I don't know that I'm making a gajillion dollars here, and given the nature of inflation and the higher cost of goods, it costs too much money for somebody to just walk into a hardware store and get everything that they need. Just here, we want people to save money. Here's the money. Go buy your stuff and do it.
Yeah,
we need more like that.
I think you've kind of been probably hearing that there's an IRA rebates program coming up. So while that is going to be a $50 million program that is going to come to the island, it is a formula allocation. We just have to submit our proposal, and that's not due until January 2025. We are working on it already. But this program is designed to reach more households and provide them with rebates as they take initiatives and work on upgrades to their home. whether it be through the better appliances or through actual electrification changes and upgrades. Hopefully this program is going to be able to reach more in our community.
I went to ERC and I bought an awning because it keeps the back of the house cool when the sun is going down. So I'm wondering if maybe, see, now that kind of thing that now I want Guam Energy Office to give me a couple of bucks for. You don't have to pay for everything. Just help me out with some of the work that I go into it. There's 100 other questions about, some of the interstitials on this, what will come with these packages. But as you said, we're probably not going to see that for at least another year until you get your plan set, your contractors vetted, and all of the other components of the plan that need to be worked on before you start taking applications.
Yeah. Well, what we can commit to is really educating the community along the way. I think it's important that we get everybody sort of like educated as much as we can, and whenever a decision is made and it's definitely concrete and it's not going to be changed, we are going to give that information out. I think it's important that people don't rush. Please don't rush. Please don't go out and go and buy solar panels or go buy stoves and all these things and just think that we're automatically going to qualify you to get reimbursed or anything like that. We really want to be intentional and strategic so that we can protect the consumer. That's the number one thing behind this program is really let's get you to save at least 20% at minimum. Let's show you how we can develop a loan program for you that is very long, or the repayment plan is going to be very long and low interest. And so you're going to be able to afford that long term. You're also contributing to a greener Guam, but really in the end, the hope is that you're going to have more money in your pockets to be able to provide for your family.
Amen to that.
And, yeah.
Amen to that. 7:57. Rebecca, I do appreciate your time. You've given me a whole lot more information than what I got from the press release that came out of EPA and the Biden-Harris administration. And we'll be in touch. You want to get the word out, this is the place to do it, and I'll be happy to have my girl Doris call your girl over there. Or just come across the street and we'll sign some contracts and that kind of thing. You have a great day, and tell your brother I miss him.
Have a great day, too, and
Right
thank
on.
you. I will. I'll let him know.
Shoot. 7:57 in the morning. Rebecca from the Guam Energy Office. They've got a bunch of other programs, and as I said, they're right across the street. So next time you get stuck over at DPW and One Stop, if you need to kill some time, go and pick up some brochures from what they're doing. All kinds of conversations. What's that, Simon Sanchez? There's 36 megawatts of individual solar that works well with GPA, since solar can't provide 24/7 power like on rainy days like today. It's not competition, it's coordination. You don't have to use GPA, but 99% of individual solar owners stay connected to GPA in order to be able to receive 24/7 power using both of their systems and GPA, which is the hybrid that I think that I would like to have. Is maybe some kind of super expensive system where I've got solar panels on the roof that will handle most of my daytime needs, a battery in the house so that I might be able to continue to take advantage of what I've collected even after the sun goes down, and then also connect up with a grid tie inverter, so I'm still talking to GPA on those occasions where I might want to run more than one or two air conditioners, or I don't know, take a hot shower or dry clothes inside the house. There's a story I mentioned. I don't know if I've got the time to read it all, but it's a story about there are new panels being added every day in the United States, so it's hard to find up-to-date statistics, but the most recent data available indicates that some places, California, is churning out almost 47 gigawatts of solar power. This is the power from people's rooftops in California. 47 gigawatts of power. We can get Marty McFly going Back to the Future, Back to the Past on all of this. But there are pressures on the grid. We might spend some time talking about that. You want to talk about pressures on the grid? Simon found this story. I did not read it yesterday, but I had it yesterday. Former Guam resident and now Senator Glenn Wakai in Hawaii, in light of multiple power outages, he and others are sending letters and calling for the Public Utilities Commission, expressing concern about recent blackouts. The letter, in part, highlighted the Public Utilities Commission's investigatory powers under the state law and requested the commission to conduct investigations. More on that later. Here's Fox News.
Former President Trump has concluded with the first prosecution witness talking about efforts they say Trump used to bury unflattering stories about him.
Ex-National Enquirer publisher David Pecker discussed how well
how he knew the former president and how the catch and kill strategy to squash negative stories worked. But after court, what former President Trump wanted to discuss was the gag order hearing and his stance on why others can speak.
They can lie, but I'm not allowed to say anything. I just have to sit back and look at why a conflicted judge has ordered me to have a gag order.
Judge Juan Merchan has yet to decide on whether the former president violated the gag order with his social media posts. David Pecker returns to the witness stand when the trial reconvenes Thursday.
Fox's Gernal Scott in New York City. The Senate has voted to move ahead with a $95 billion aid package for Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan that passed the House over the weekend. The vote on final passage could come tonight. Pro-Palestinian demonstrators back in a park near NYU after about 150 people arrested yesterday for blocking the street.
This is called a nationwide strike, and already more than 1,000 people involved in it here. This is a movement that started at Columbia University. It's spread to NYU and Yale, other elite universities across the Northeast, even out to Berkeley now in California. Some high schools, too, beginning to get involved as well.
Fox's Steve Harrigan. Columbia University has announced classes will be remote for the remainder of the year. Alaska state troopers say a Douglas C-54 airplane with 2 people on board has crashed into a river near Fairbanks. Wall Street stocks rallied for a second straight day as investors look at earnings reports. The Dow gained 263, the Nasdaq up 245. America is listening to Fox News.
Remind Mom that she's special by giving her a Cold Stone treat this Mother's Day. Try their tiramisu ice cream cake, layers of moist yellow cake, coffee and cheesecake ice cream with graham crackers, wrapped in a cascading fudge ganache. Call in, visit them at their GPO or Micronesia Mall locations, or order in advance at coldstonecreamery.com. To all the moms out there, thanks for all that you do. From Cold Stone Creamery, the ultimate ice cream cake experience.
Since 1997, Island Eye Institute has been committed to your family's eye care needs. From its beginnings, Island Eye Institute has recognized the value in incorporating state-of-the-art technology into personalized care and a commitment to excellence. As Guam's complete eye center, our specialists offer their expertise in glaucoma, retina, cornea, LASIK, cataract, and diabetic eye disease. Island Eye accepts Select Care, Net Care, Take Care, and Stay Well. Call us at 637-2020 to schedule your appointment today. We're located on the 2nd floor of the Baltesh Pavilion in Tamuning.
The American journalist accused of spying in Russia will remain in prison after his latest appeal was rejected.
Evan Gershkovich will stay in a Moscow prison until at least the end of June. The 32-year-old's appeal to be freed from pre-trial detention has been turned down. Gershkovich reportedly looked relaxed in court, laughing and chatting with his legal team. It's over a year since the Wall Street Journal reporter was detained and accused of spying for the United States. He, his employer, and the U.S. government all say the charges are untrue. In December, the State Department said it offered a prisoner swap to secure the release of Gershkovich and another jailed American, Paul Whelan. Jonathan Savage, Fox News.
Amazon is launching a new grocery delivery subscription service for Prime members.
Amazon will offer a $9.99 a month, 1-hour window grocery delivery service for Prime members and a $4.99 a month service for customers on a government supplemental benefits plan. The fee covers unlimited delivery from Whole Foods and participating stores, unlimited 30-minute pickup, and unlimited delivery on orders of more than $35. It'll be available in 3,500 cities and towns across the U.S. Amazon's been testing the plan in some markets since last year, and it's offering a free 30-day trial. Ginny Cosola, Fox News.
The European Union is demanding TikTok provide more information about a new app that pays users to watch videos and warned it could order the company to suspend features they call addictive. They say pose a risk to kids. The EU's Executive Commission says it's opening formal proceedings to determine whether TikTok Lite reached the EU's new digital rules when the app was rolled out in France and Spain. TikTok Lite is a slimmed-down version of TikTok, which lets users earn reward points by watching and liking videos and content creators. I'm Lee Silasera. This is Fox News.
Guam Regional Medical City, the island's leader in specialty services, now provides Guam's only rheumatology care. GRMC welcomes Dr. Jirapat Tirakanok, a double board-certified rheumatologist who specializes in the care of rheumatoid arthritis, gout, lupus, osteoporosis, and more. Take the next step towards relief. Call GRMC's referral office at 671-633-GRMC. That's 671-633-4762.
Located in the heart of Hagåtña, Mezcla Fusion Bistro isn't just a meal, it's an experience. Fresh, local ingredients are fused with international influence. Here at Mezcla Fusion Bistro, Chamorro staples meet modern fusion. Make your reservation today and taste the magic. Visit us online at mezclaguam.com or call 479-2652 or 489-2653. Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro, a true taste of Guam.
Well, hello, it's me again, Ray Gibson, with a reminder to get your tickets for the 80s and 90s Choice Throwback on April 27th at Zone Nightclub. They're going fast. Get yours today. And it's a big money night. We're giving away $1,500 in cash drops all night, plus another $500 to the high school that shows out with the most alumni. $500 cash to the high school that shows with the most alumni. You can do this. Call everyone you know. Get the classmates and let's do this. This giveaway proudly sponsored by Vic Gaza for Senator. Tickets $20 at the door, or you can WhatsApp Daryl Izama 787-0743 for advance tickets and your request. See you at the Throwback. 8:06 in the morning. Don't normally do traffic right now, but there's a need to do traffic. I'm looking at the traffic map, and it is ugly. Drive to the conditions, but it is causing for slower weather, slower traffic. I got traffic slowing down at 8, 10, and 16 right around Wendy's, where somebody chimed in. I got a picture, actually, showed it to you a second ago on the screen, where it looks like they are underwater leading up to the Wendy's on Route 10. 8, 10, and 16, all directions. It is backed up. But really bad, though, coming out of Jigo. I mean, right as you're getting around the Payless area up in Jigo, it begins to look like on the map a solid block of traffic between there and Wyseng-Song. Traffic coming off Wyseng-Song, very slow. Leche Macheche, that's everybody saying Leche today. Now we've got the intersection traffic past that. 1 and 3, ugly in all directions. As you get towards the Micronesia Mall, expect some delays all the way through Upper Tumon. Carmageddon, you better believe it. Kaz says this is practice for the Donkey Carmageddon for tomorrow. Budget an hour to get anywhere this morning. So Route 16 all the way down here around the McDonald's area, expect some delays through there. On top of construction delays, mind you. And you're going, okay, well, I'm not going to go that way. From Micronesia Mall into Upper Tumon and Tumoni, what are we looking like there? It's rainy in front of us. Real Joe just went outside and came right back in because it's still coming down, right?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, he says.
Yeah.
So southbound Marine Corps Drive all the way up to around the Kmart area is going to be fairly busy. You'll see some lighter traffic. You know why? Because everybody's still up in Dededo and Jigo. Haven't made it into the Tamuning area yet. Southbound Marine Corps Drive into the downtown Hagåtña area. Expect some delays through most of the spots. Now, I got a note from somebody asking, is Petey flooded? And I'm assuming that you mean that one roadway towards Polaris Point. I'm not seeing anything on the map. It only shows me where the traffic congestion is. I've got some traffic on Route 6. Looks like everybody wants to get down the hill and then towards the cemetery in that intersection. But southbound from there to Big Navy and Sumai honestly doesn't look so bad here this morning. We are going to see some rough spots as a result of this rain, and it is one of those things. I don't think it's rained since February. And so it's possible that there's a lot of people kind of might have forgotten what the rules are. Don't be one of them. As the man says, drive to the conditions and be careful. The boss will understand if you're late. It's 8:09, and we'll jump into news and then weather with Donna D. Huff and Donna, what's going on?
Your 8 o'clock local news is brought to you by Family Finance.
You're not Donna.
Half a day, it's 8:09. I'm Donna DeJesus with a look at your local news on The Point. The legislative measure requiring residential owners to subscribe to waste collection services moved to the voting stage on Monday. Bill 165 mandates subscription for most residential buildings, but includes exemptions. Owners of buildings with 4 or fewer units, those with contracts for weekly collection, and those generating no waste can opt out. Senator Tello Taitigui proposed an amendment to exempt users of residential transfer stations, aiming to help those seeking lower rates. After initial rejection, Senator Sabina Perez revised the amendment, making the exemption mandatory for qualifying owners. The change from may to shall in the bill ensures GSWA grants these exemptions. And the Judicial Council of Guam has declared May as Treatment Court Month, recognizing the significant role of treatment courts in the justice system. Since their inception in 1988, the treatment courts have evolved to address various issues, including addiction and family violence cases. Despite initial resistance from the community, there's been a positive shift in attitudes, with 99% of employers now supportive, while Superior Court Judge Alberto Lamarena supports being tough on crime. He believes in providing treatment for those who can be rehabilitated. Various treatment courts targeting different issues like drug abuse and mental health have successfully reached their participant goals. More news after this.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that summer vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $4,100 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña at 671-475-4545 or in Dededo 671-633-4473.
GPA has applied the March Energy Credit, giving all active GPA accounts the $100 credit as part of the Energy Credit Program. This marks the third and final $100 credit in the current round of aid. The program has provided $300 in aid to residential and commercial customers from January through March. GPA General Manager John Benavente thanked GovGuam for supporting this initiative. Meanwhile, Senator Will Parkinson and other senators are proposing another 3-month extension to the program, seeking $15.8 million in funding from general fund excess revenues. And Costules is set to open its largest Guam location, a 50,000 square foot store at the Ganya Shopping Center by mid-2025. Construction has begun on a standalone structure next to Wendy's. The company has entered a long-term lease with the Ganya Shopping Center. Costules President Kevin Proctor expressed gratitude for over 30 years of customer support on Guam, highlighting the store expansion as a commitment to delivering value and service. The Ganya Shopping Center's General Manager, Therese Kam, welcomed Costules as the anchor tenant, making the announcement the day after Japanese retail giant Don Don Donki held its soft opening for its massive store near the airport. And those are your top stories. Now back to Ray with...
Didn't I tell everybody like 2 months ago that was going to be a Costules?
Yeah.
I did, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But I guess this is, it's
the
Facebook official. Yeah.
This is on letterhead. It's not just the guy on the radio saying that's going to be a Costules, which means that we will have a Costules within about 3 minutes of my house, number one. And number two, we'll have a Costules within 3 minutes of the other Costules. Or are they going to be closing that one?
Down, yeah.
Or are they going to be doing
that?
Yeah, I don't know.
It's too close.
The loiter in a
And it's small. It's tiny, that
I don't know. It was always a nice kind of utility one that you could kind of jump into. Yeah, like an express Costules. Anyway, so what did Verna say? Where we got traffic? Where's the flooding?
No, she said it's wet.
It's wet.
In Cross Island Road, too. It's raining there.
Okay, so expect it's kind of raining everywhere. Ismail sent me a video here. This is a video. It's of what things look like underwater. No, I'm sorry. It's just a dark screen right now. But when I press the green button, it will show you what traffic is looking like on Route 10.
It's bubbling up. Really.
Yes, as you get close to the Wendy's. That's why it's so backed up there. Is the outside lane generally is underwater, and so if you're going through it at any speed at all, it will allow you to get those cool fins on the side.
Yeah.
And if you go through it fast enough, you know what's cool is when you spray the other driver's car and block him from being able to see anything.
Down.
Yeah, windows down. This is so cool. It reminds me, and everybody, whenever I say this story, people go, "No, that never happened." And no, it did happen. Route 16, not too far away from where the McDonald's is. A few years ago, we had a downpour that was so bad, people were trapped in their cars. The fire department had to send people out in jet skis to go and rescue people out of their cars because it flooded up so bad. And you get a car, and I'm not mechanical in any way, shape, or form, but you get a car that gets wet up to a certain level in the engine, and the engine takes on water. It's not going anywhere. It's not going to be going anywhere. And then you get the thing where your brakes get wet. And then it gets kind of interesting, stopping and going, that kind of thing. So just be aware of what's happening out there. Word that we got from the National Weather Service and the Joint Region, whatever. The
Cloud
people,
Seeders, right?
Right, the Cloud Seeders.
Yeah.
They said that there has been an extension of the, whatchamacallit, the flood warning. Hold on a second. Is it OPA? No, I'm looking for something else. But they've extended it until into the 9 o'clock hour. It's still barely 8 o'clock. So just FYI, if you're near something that you think the other drivers need to know about it, 888-8255. Let Joey know, or 797-8255 if you've got video of some very, very cool weather that we're seeing for the first time in 2024. It's 8:15. Ray Gibson Show. We'll be right back.
The following is a public notice lane closure announcement for the Ukudu pipeline replacement on Route 16 between Reventax and Marine Corps Drive, Route 1. The lane closure will take place starting in January till the end of June 2024 as a 24-hour continuous operation. The project, a 198-megawatt combined cycle power plant. Again, the closure will take place starting in January till the end of June 2024. For more information, please contact 671-649-0001. Thank you for your patience as we move forward for Guam.
JV International Safety Equipment has it all for you. Fall protection, rain gear, traffic signs, speed bumps, custom signs and banners, PPEs, fire extinguishers, plus more. Check them out on Facebook at JV International Safety Equipment Company or visit their website, www.jvisec.com. JV International Safety Equipment, Guam's leader in occupational and environmental safety equipment. Call 688-9524. JV International Safety Equipment, located in Harmon Industrial Park. 8:16 Ray Gibson Show brought to you by APL American President Lines. Their global presence with a local home. Also brought to you by the guys over at Wendy's. If you can get to the Wendy's on Route 10, breakfast burrito. If you get stuck in traffic, but you're still going to Wendy's a little bit later on, check them out because they've got not just the breakfast burrito, not just the Wendy's bacon fried rice, but they've got all kinds of other stuff that we want you to try as well. When you get there, got a new what is it? It's the Frosty. They've got a new Frosty there. It's the Orange Dreamsicle Frosty. A beloved childhood classic meets the iconic cool creaminess of Wendy's Frosty. It's refreshing, especially on hot days like today. Whatever. Wendy's new Orange Dreamsicle Frosty. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
The Ray Gibson Show. Any speaker, anytime. Morning talk that matters.
Yeah, cat's out of the bag. Here's one that came in. Ray Gibson, local radio personality, suspected of weather modification. Earlier in the week, Mr. Gibson was spotted at the Home Depot buying house paint in preparation for painting his house. He was previously on record stating that as soon as he began painting, the rains would be unleashed and would critically affect local meteorological dynamics, which blah, 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 blah. Which
Who made that?
Randy Landis did a good job putting that together. Guilty is charged, 817. And that's exactly what I thought this morning as I was listening to the rainfall on the house was, oh my God, this all stems from the fact that I breathed into the universe the idea that I wanted to paint not the entire house, just the roof and the sides to cool the things off, and I didn't want to do it during the rainy season. And Landon said the minute that you buy paint, that's the beginning of the rainy season, and maybe he wasn't too far off on that. 8:18 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. You got the telephone numbers. Don't be shy about using them. When Jerry Roberts, King of Drive Time Radio, was in the studio a little bit earlier, we were talking about the Chamber getting together in the next few days. In fact, Friday morning, they're getting together. Chris Duenas, not that one, the other one. No, not that one. The other one is going to be speaking at a seminar that the Chamber is throwing about AI. Kat Castro's on the line. Hava Cat Lady, how you doing?
I'm fine. Good morning, everybody.
Listen to you. Can I hear the sound of the rain falling on the car? Are you stuck in traffic? Are you stuck anywhere?
I am. It's I've heard this rain is 4 this morning. I don't know. It probably was earlier, but yeah, it's coming down pretty well.
What did Landon say? We had something like 2.5 inches of rain, and that was at 6 o'clock. That was like 6:45 this morning, and it hasn't stopped then. And the folks over at the Joint Information Center have extended their flood advisory until 9:15 this morning. So take care while you're driving on the road. Expect delays pretty much everywhere. But I want to get back on this. So your guy Chris from over at Triple J has got some ideas on how they are using AI in their businesses that might help out everybody else in our businesses.
Yeah, this has been a hot topic, and people have been talking about it, and we wanted to be able to see our small businesses utilize what is at their fingertips. And, some people are afraid of technology, and this is a way to get people to, do some maybe hands-on, maybe, get an idea of what the various apps do for your businesses. So this is going to be a fun event, and we're looking forward to it. I've got my team going. We're excited.
And I've got access to different AI and different AI programs and things like that, and I generally try to use them to generate pictures of Asians in swimsuits, some of which are on the screen of the radio station right about now. And there are many ways that you can tell, just the accuracy, and they're getting much better at the accuracy. They still, however, are not good at generating images of hands. So if you look at a picture of anybody on your phone or an app or something like that, and you're going, is this real or is this AI? Take a look at the hands. If they show the hands and count the number of fingers, it's never just 5. So and they got big ones, and they have fingers that are the same size as thumbs. I mean, it's always entertaining for me to do. But that's to the extent that I've been playing around with AI, and just for entertainment purposes. But you're right, there are a lot of people that are using it for business purposes, some of which we'll find out about Friday, right?
Exactly. If you're not, the best at writing something, or, even for social media posts, for a lot of people, they don't like to post on social media because, what do I say? How do I make it fun and exciting? And, how do I write a press release? And, there's just so many things that you can use AI for.
I had to do a non-disclosure. I had to do a non-disclosure agreement with somebody, and the first pass I got on it was from AI. I will use that for agreements. I've written radio commercial copy using AI, but I feel like I'm just scratching the surface. There seems to be so much more that you might be able to do in different ways that you can involve AI, and things like customer service, maybe analysis of some of the data that you got coming in.
Exactly. And so, this is the opportunity for businesses to, send their peeps over to the Chamber's event on Friday. It is, it's not very expensive. I think it's maybe $40-something. I can't really remember. I'm driving, so I can't.
I'll back you up on that. I think I've got some of that data in front of me. But it reminds me, though, I'll go back a bunch of years, and you can do this with me. But you remember when and I'll bet you once upon a time, one of your predecessors at the Chamber of Commerce had a symposium on the internet and what that meant, and how people would be able to use the internet to be able to do things with their business, interact with customers, and engage them in e-commerce and things like that. It has that exact same feel, like we're in the ground floor of something, and somebody's going to come in and give us a story. Well, the internet is basically a gigantic network of computers that talk to each other using hypertext markup language, blah, 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 blah. And so Chris should be able to go in there and explain about, how to develop the prompt, define what it is that you want ChatGPT or OpenAI or whatever to do, and then figure out how to refine those prompts to get closer to perfect for you.
Exactly. And that's really funny because I was thinking back to those days when we were putting seminars together and how to help our members. How do you put a website together? And
right.
How do you?
Yes. Exactly. Exactly. Talk to Bill Gibson. He's got Aaron up and running as a bulletin board. You have to back in the old days before the internet, we had bulletin boards you would dial into and snag documents from. But there are documents that were already written. Now we're talking about going to a program that you can fix up. You can add to your Google, and while you're typing in something, you're searching for a basic agreement or a non-disclosure document. While you're searching for it, the AI that's in Google can do it for you. They're also working on it with X and Twitter. Now it's going to come down to it's going to be everywhere. There are caveats with OpenAI and ChatGPT. Will Chris also be taking people down that rocky path of things like built-in bias and just general inaccuracies that might come out with AI?
I'm pretty sure when I use it for things at the church or professional, I'll go through it and make sure that you should never
You're beginning to break up. I think we've hit some rain fade on you, but suffice to say, I did the same thing. I went to I asked ChatGPT to do a biography for my Uncle Robert Underwood. And it talked about his years as a member of the legislature here on Guam, which is, suffice to say, inaccurate. Maybe even wildly inaccurate. Maybe the University of Guam, maybe Congress, but not the legislature. 8:25 in the morning. So, again, the Chamber is going to be getting together and having this symposium on artificial intelligence and how you can use it for your business. Chris Dueña show you how they are using it over at Triple J, and maybe you might be inspired to write your own stuff, or better yet, log in with any number of companies that are advertising a number of different ways to use AI and a number of different ways to train yourself to be able to take advantage, because it seems like there's a new mode that is being created almost on a weekly basis.
For sure. So, you obviously with anything technology, you got to keep up. You got to, be on top of everything, right? And what works for you? What works for your company may not work for somebody else, right?
Right.
So, exploring all of the various things that are out there and choosing what works best for you. So,
hey, are you having, is there a meeting? Is there a chamber meeting today with BJ Cruz?
Yes. We're super excited. We haven't had him for a little bit, and it's not in his role as the public auditor. So I think it's going to be a great event despite the rain. So put on your rain galoshes, and come on over to the Hilton. We'd be happy to have folks there to listen to our guest speakers. It's going to be great.
It should be fun. It should be fun with the guy. And then May the 4th, not this Saturday, but the next one is going to be the 100th anniversary of the Chamber. And I'm excited and very, very proud to have been asked to return as Master of Ceremonies for the evening. I'm really, really looking forward to it. Proud to have been a part of them in the past. And I can't believe that we've hit this milestone of 100 years for the Chamber.
I know. I can't believe it myself. I joined, goodness, so many years ago. Never thought that, I would here and still be involved in, vibrant.
Right. It didn't feel like it's so far off. I remember the first time I did one of these chamber deals, and we're going, oh my God, the centennial is still another 15 years away, and now here it is. Yeah. It's like I remember when I was going, wow, what's it going to be like in the year 2000? And now that's 24, almost 25 years ago. 8:27. For details on all of that, get a hold of Becky or somebody over at the Chamber, and they'll hook you up with everything that you need to know, or just show up at the Hilton today.
Exactly.
All right, kiddo. I'll talk to you pretty soon.
So don't be late.
All right. You go at 11:30. I don't know what times everything starts, because it seems to me that you show up at 11:30, but it takes a while because there's all this chamber business that gets discussed. So you might be able to mosey in late before BJ gets going, but don't stay too late. 8:27 in the morning. Drive carefully. Stay dry, would you?
Thank you. Thank you. You guys too. Take care.
Honest, I will. 8:27 in the morning, 888-8255-888-TALK. So that's what's going on with the Chamber gang here. 8:28, Donna D with the last big look at news and headline is going to be coming up next. I'll put the AI bikini models back on the screen.
The FHP Vision Center can improve your face value, your eyes, your glasses, your sunglasses, your contact lenses. When you see better, your life is better. Our optometrists can check your eyes for diseases and begin treatments. Call the FHP Vision Center, 671-646-5825. Press 1 for an appointment. Most insurance plans, including Take Care and GovGuam self-insurance, accepted. Open Monday through Saturday, 8:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. FHP Vision Center. The choice is clear.
Are you wondering what business provides industry-standard data center services locally? IT&E does. We're more than a service provider. We're your partners in success. We protect your data from threats both on and offline. Downtime is not an option with our fully equipped backup and redundancy systems. Rest easy knowing that we provide around-the-clock service and support. Our relentless commitment ensures a seamless experience you can rely on. Are you curious about where to start? Ask Blue today. IT&E, innovation for your business.
Are you looking at their fingers, real Joe?
No, I'm looking at the Adam's apple.
8:29 in the morning. Portions of the program made possible by Island Cancer Center, our family treating your family. AI Asian bikini models. It is a thing. That's what you put into the Google. Now you gotta be careful. Not that I've got a lot of experience trying to create these images, but there's a whole generative AI art set of programs that you can get, and I'm not sure to the degree that they will allow you to take, as an example, Mariko-sama from Shogun. Take a picture of her and then say put her on a bikini at Gun Beach on Guam. Can you do something like that? I mean, there's other prompts that you can add to it, but sometimes they're very limited by the nature of things. You can't like transparent or see-through and words like that. I heard will generate a false response from the AI generator, and you're not going to be able to get that. But we ought to do that. One of these days we ought to do that. We ought to do like a contest here and see about the craziest images that you'll be able to create on AI. I've found a safe spot in asking for artificial intelligence, generative art technology to show me samurai cats and samurai dogs, because it's always fun to see what they initially put out there as a cat, or what kind of dog what dog breed they put out there when you're asking them to do that.
Do ninja cats.
Ninja cat.
Yeah, I think it makes sense for cats to be ninjas because they're so stealthy.
While you're doing the news, let me see if I can get one of my AI programs on my phone to do a ninja cat.
Yeah, ninja cat.
All right, got that. It's time for 8:30. It's 8:31 in the morning, and time for Donna D to take care of news and headlines here. Last one on the Ray Gibson Show for the day.
The Civil Service Commission has directed GMH's administrator and board to resolve a salary dispute involving Assistant Administrator William Kondo. After a role change last October, Kondo's pay was reduced despite his request for a higher starting salary. The commission found GMH's administrator lacked the authority to deny his request, sending the issue back to the hospital's leadership for resolution. And GRMC has launched a transitional care clinic to reduce hospital readmissions and support patients post-hospitalization. Located within GRMC's multi-specialty clinic, the TCC offers evaluations, follow-up visits, and 29 days of transitional care management. Managed by GRMC's internal medicine team, the TCC aims to enhance patient care without competing with primary care clinics. And GCC is hosting the 6th annual Link Up Reverse Job Fair today and tomorrow from 9 to 2. Graduating students will showcase resumes and portfolios to employers. This year's event includes show and sell, highlighting student-owned businesses. With over 20 exhibitors, attendees can network for 5 hours over 2 days. And that was your last look at local headlines on The Point. Now back to Ray.
All right, thank you very much. If you're watching on Facebook Live, YouTube Live, ThePoint.gu, et cetera, then you can see what I was able to put together. And all I did was type in ninja cats into a prompt on an app that I have, and literally in between the beginning of the newscast and the end of the newscast, this fancy artwork came up. And
That's a lot of pause, Ray.
There's a ninja cat.
How come it has
a lot of pause.
I don't know why.
They still can't. They can't get it right with animals either.
Even with animals, but there it is. There's kind of a ninja cat, although it came out with an Asian-looking cat with what looks. But I don't know that there's any real ninja features on this. It's kind of like the donkey mascot that's really a penguin.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but not a real penguin. Just FYI, if you've seen the thing out there, it's not a real penguin. 8:33 in the morning. All right, are you ready for celebrity birthdays and special events for today?
Okay.
Here it comes. Shirley MacLaine from the movie Terms of Endearment and any number of other movies that she starred in for almost 100 years. She's 90 years old today.
Okay, I just figured she's pretty old.
She's getting there. Barbara Streisand is 82.
Oh, wow. She's old.
Yeah. But you know what? Here's the good news. She said she'd leave the country if Trump was reelected.
Yeah. Where would she go?
I don't know. Don't let the screen door hit you in the butt on the way out. Phil Robertson, one of the other Duck Dynasty brothers, is 78 years old. From barbershop movies in Madagascar. Cedric the Entertainer turned 60. How about that? Donna, how about that?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
How about that?
Okay, there we go.
We're entertained.
Who's the one I'm thinking of that died?
Bernie Mac.
Oh, Bernie Mac.
Yeah. That's a sad one because he was super, super talented. Kelly Clarkson, the singer, is 42 years old. All right, if you're looking for something to celebrate today, it is Administrative Professionals Day. What we used to call Secretaries Day.
Oh, yeah.
And then they said, no. We're much more than secretaries. We're administrative professionals. but
They are.
we still call you Secretary. Happy Secretary's Day. Pigs in a Blanket Day.
Oh. Yeah,
Donna, you were talking
cafeteria.
about wanting to get something like that.
School
So
cafeteria.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's a Piggy in a Blanket Day. New Kids on the Block Day.
Yay!
I didn't know there was such a thing.
I'm a
but,
super fan. Yes. Yes.
and World Day for Laboratory Animals.
All right.
Yeah. So that's how we know some of these products are safe, is because we test them on pets. And there might be a couple of other things in it. No, that's pretty much it. There you go. The news, weather, celebrity birthdays together, and more. Donna D, go home, get some rest. Catch you tomorrow on the Ray Gibson Show. In the meantime, I'll be right back after these.
Boss, I got run over by a forklift.
Boss, I crashed a company truck.
What do we do? Our warehouse and inventory are gone.
Hi, this is Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and it's time for Risk 101. Everything you just heard are examples of risk your businesses can face. Our job is to ask the hard what-if questions and teach you how to reduce your exposures and help you recover if things go sideways. We've got decades of experience in Micronesia working with businesses big and small. Call AB Risk Solutions today at 777-2668 for a free inspection and quote.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon. Walk down the aisle into Choice Broadcasting and Lotte Hotel's Island Wedding Expo. So if you're a couple planning for that special day, come over. One lucky couple will have a chance to win a round-trip ticket to Japan, courtesy of United Airlines, a free engagement photo shoot, and so much more. Come browse through our amazing sponsor booths: United Airlines, The Glam Shop, R. Lewis Weddings, Payless Floral, Isla Jewelry, Weddings by Jane, Elle's Bridal, Finch Jewelers, Michaela Winters Photography, Weddings by Cha, The Occasion, Rustic Poppy Photography, Stelstar Productions, DJ Stewart, and Perfect View 360. Did I mention it's open to the public? Yes, free. Mark the date, May 19th. Doors open at 9 a.m. till 3 p.m. at the Lotte Hotel Crystal Ballroom. It's the Island Wedding Expo, a Choice Broadcasting event.
It's the Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Big rock in the middle of the road heading up Nimitz, according to Francis Duvey writing in and taking pictures. Thanks everybody letting us know.
That's a near miss.
Semi-dark outside, rainy conditions, driving with the lights on this morning, and maybe you caught that just before it was time to hit it. So watch out for the big rock on Nimitz. Watch out for flooding at a variety of intersection locations. Generally get out of the traffic report business in the 7 o'clock hour, but it's just been so bad here this morning. It looks like things might be finally clearing up. Still a little bit busy getting out of the Pow into the day-to-do area, and a lot of intersection traffic that you're going to be finding. It's still busy on Route 10, still flooding up in that area with slow traffic leading up to the Wendy's down there, and looking at traffic on Route 4 up around the intersection where the old Cost You Less is. Or the new Cost You Less? I don't know. We won't call it the old Cost You Less until the new Cost You Less at the Gander Shopping Center is built, right? Okay, so traffic leading up to that is running fairly busy, and I got a couple of messages. I don't have the exact locations, but there might be some spots where traffic in both directions might be slow because of the nature of the flooding. 8:37 in the morning in the Ray Gibson Show. Hey, what happened to Tess?
Oh, I don't know.
I don't know. Call back. Is it some kind of emergency press release?
That's what it sounded like.
From the Department of Education,
yeah.
Mary Tess was going to send I'm looking to see if I've got anything from in my email. I don't seem to have it. All right, well, if she calls back, she calls back. Otherwise, I'm going to assume that everything is going right with the schools. Don't know if I've heard about any cancellations. If you have, 888-825-5888-TALK. That's the telephone number around these parts. It's 8:38 in the morning. So much to talk about, including an interesting story that Cousin Troy had started beeping about. I'd seen it early this morning when I chimed in. Or no, maybe it was something that come in late last night. About some wrongdoings. Here it is. It's a stay tuned notice. Says, stay tuned to Candid tomorrow, April 24th, when we'll bring you the following two stories. The DEA uncovers drug operation after somebody accidentally posted drug packages on Facebook.
Ooh.
You know, I don't think that's what the Guam Grabs thing was about. You know, the sell
Is that
your
still
stuff
available?
on. Yeah.
Is that still available?
Oh my God! Which is why I never ever use that. I never use it. I get so tired of the thing. Is it is still available? Even though
Let's play. Is this stolen?
There's that one too.
Yeah.
There's that one too. And then this story here: Feds bust illegal gambling ring filled with high-level cops. And then his postscript on the story that says, "I'm too tired to write these stories now, so good night, and join me at 4:45 for my daily morning show and the details." All right.
Nice teaser.
Well, 4:45 came and went, and he is already done with the morning show. A, B. My understanding is that he is working out now.
Yeah.
So we'll see if we can get some details.
No, it's not shoulders. It's back.
Is it back day?
It's back day.
Okay, you be very, very careful. You're popping a nut if you do it wrong. All right, 888-8255, 888-TALK. We've got some royalty from the Philippines coming into the studio before too much longer. In fact, there's one or two that are here now. And the reason why is, and this is kind of interesting, the 2024 VIP Tour. And VIP stands for Very Important Pinoy Tour, organized by the Department of Foreign Affairs, particularly Foreign Service Posts in the U.S., in partnership with the Philippine Department of Tourism and Raja Tours. This year's tour will be from the 21st to the 30th of July, and they're inviting Filipinos and other nationalities to experience an unforgettable journey to the Philippines, starting in Manila. Then we go to Bacolod, Cagayan de Oro, Bukidnon, and Ilagan. And
Ilagan.
I don't know if I said any of those things besides Manila correctly, but this sounds like a really, really fun trip. Some of these places, Old Manila, I've actually been to them, been obviously to New Manila, so it's going to be interesting to see what they're going to be adding to all of this for the about 10 days worth of travel that you can get and how to get involved in it. That's in the next hour of the Ray Gibson Show. Is that Tess back?
No, it's Troy back.
Oh, cousin. Troy, back.
It's back day?
Troy back day.
I hope so.
On the line. Hey, cuz, how you doing?
Hi. I'm good. How are you?
I'm not bad. Are you staying dry there, cuz?
Yeah, I'm just between sets.
You what?
I'm between sets.
Oh, you're between sets. All right. Well, I'm glad I caught you. I try not to keep you too long. And I know that the easy thing for me to do is just go to Candid News and see the live that you did earlier today. But, you know, I'm lazy, number one. And number two, I'm still on the air doing my own show. So you got a couple of stories that raised my eyebrows last night. One on the DEA uncovering an entire drug operation because somebody posted something on social media, which should be a warning to everybody is be careful what you post. And then another one about the feds busting a gambling ring with cops from Guam?
Yeah, so that gambling ring is actually very interesting, and we believe it's part of a much bigger thing that all stems from the Julian Weymouth case. Which one did you want to go first with?
Well, you're already on that one, so and you're going to have to remind me about who Julian Weymouth is. My recollection is that there was a couple of operations going on not that long ago, as my memory serves, where you had a bunch of guys that were involved in playing kind of an online gambling thing.
Okay, so
go ahead.
I need to dial it back to Bitcoin. So Julian Weymouth was convicted of a whole bunch of federal crimes that all stemmed from his dealing of Bitcoin.
Yeah.
And in that investigation, they found that, he admitted in his plea agreement that he knew that the proceeds that he was investing were from, the money he was investing were from the proceeds of illegal gambling activity. Okay, so I don't know which came first, whether the Julian Weymouth case led to the gigantic William Ichioka case in San Francisco, the $61 million Ponzi scheme that also involved Bitcoin, or if William Ichioka was the one who ratted out Julian Weymouth. One of those two came first, but they're connected, according to federal court documents. And then, so after Julian Weymouth is arrested, he pleads out, and he begins to cooperate with the Fed. And after that, you see all of these law enforcement from like different government of Guam agencies all getting busted, raids into their homes, bank accounts, PayPal, all that stuff, right?
Yeah.
We're talking about a lot of law enforcement officials. Actually, I'm kind of wondering what the government of Guam has done administratively about these. But that's for another story, right? So
it'll be a personnel matter we'll never hear about.
So all of this illegal gambling activity is going down. All of them are funneling their money through banks, PayPal, investments like Bitcoin, and they have financial advisors and all this stuff, right? We think that all of that. We think that all of this is connected to Julian Weymouth. That Julian Weymouth is the one who began to rat out who all of his clients were, and then those clients started ratting out everybody else who they were operating with, these illegal gambling activities with. And so it's like this huge, and if you look at this, if you look at what the Secret Service says, they say this is a RICO thing, that they violated the RICO statute. And they're talking about this guy, Jesse Siniclis, who is a SWAT officer, according to this thing. And
is there a link to this story and another one that you kind of stumbled into by looking at pay scales and pay for certain people in the government of Guam? I want to say firefighters or police officers. That I'm really glad they have all of this money, but wow, that's a whole lot of money. Are these linked?
Yes, that thing with the Cecil Sula, that's in the Julian Weymouth case. He made the request for his Bitcoin back because he's saying that he was a victim of Julian Weymouth.
Right.
Yes, that's one of the law enforcement officers. Whether he's involved in illegal gambling, I don't know. There's no allegation on paper about that.
Right, just that he wanted his money back from the guy, but it did raise interesting questions about, rank and file in the Guam Police Department. How is it possible that they can afford Bitcoin? I mean, what was it at today? $66,000 or something ridiculous. All right, so I got that. That's interesting. And we'll see, to what degree any of these guys are involved in all of this. Now we'll go back to the first story, and the one where DEA uncovers an entire drug operation because of a Facebook post.
Yeah, that one's a pretty funny one. So someone one day, I don't know why, posts a package which ends up containing meth, 234 grams of meth. The picture of the package had the tracking number. So a confidential informant sends that to the DEA, screenshoots it right away, sends it to the DEA. Whoever loaded it up onto Jonathan Cruz's Facebook page immediately took it down. And then conversations persist on Facebook Messenger about how it was accidentally put up and it was taken down. But don't worry, bro. The package is still good. No, bro, I'm worried. Maybe it's a no-go with this package. Okay, so the feds intercept the package with a tracking number. They get the 234 grams of meth. They link it back to these actors, allegedly Jonathan Cruz, his brother Jeremy Cruz, a Vincent Cruz, an Eric Cruz, and a Leocardia May Palacios. And because of that picture, they're able to get a federal judge to sign off on a search warrant for their Facebook Messenger messages. And in those messages, they talk about their entire drug trafficking activities and names in their drug trafficking organizations.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. So
brilliant.
It's like yeah.
Brilliant.
Yeah, never put your crimes in writing.
Yeah. Well, I'm in management, so here's the deal. If we didn't write it down, it didn't happen. These are a couple of interesting stories. I appreciate you sending me the backup documentation. Is that all on the on Candid News?
No, I haven't written the stories yet. I just did that live show this morning.
All right. Well, write the story because I think that's going to be very, very interesting. Still waiting on what other shoes are going to drop out of the Department of Education with news that we got a couple of folks in the finance side of DOE that have quit. One of them reached out to you and dropped a dime on what's beginning to look like an agitated board, an agitated ed board.
Yeah. Actually, we also have yesterday. Sorry, I'm trying to load the weight. Yesterday, we got a note from Adelup, their public comment that no, they were not involved in any way in influencing anything with the board. So they say that Ms. Camacho is mistaken, but they wish her well.
Mm-hmm.
So we do have that coming out, with at least as a continuation.
There seems to be a whole lot of personal reasons that are floating around here. We got one last Democrat in the race for Congress. Dave Lott says he's bowing out for personal reasons, and maybe he needs to write you a letter too. 8:49. I'm going to let you get back to the workout, cousin Troy. You have a great day.
God bless you all, y'all.
Good luck. We 888-8255, 888-TA. Okay. With gym noises in the background. You know, you don't get that on other radio stations. It's a holy
iron.
It's just here. Yeah. Can you hear the real men in the background breathing? And dropping the waist. Kaboom.
Grunting.
All right. 10 away from the top of the hour. Tess Regis Murrier is back on the line now from the Department of Education. Hey, Tess, how you doing?
Hi, Ray. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. Hey, you missed the hotel business yet?
Not yet.
Okay, just checking, because when I first saw Tess, after I found out she was going to be working over at the Department of Education, I said, "You okay with this?" And she's like, "Yeah, I can imagine. It's not like 24-hour a day hurry scurry business like working in a hotel. But I get stuff from you in the middle of the night and on the weekend, so I don't know how this more downtime work-life balance thing is working out for you."
Yeah, well, the thing is, I realized it's not an 8 to 5 job.
No.
I'm used to it, and I think I crave for it. But the thing is, since I'm in Guam, so I have the same day off or holiday with my husband.
There we go.
So,
So that makes a difference to the degree, given his role in the department, whether or not he gets a day off, depending on whether anybody calls the station house. Anyway, 10 away from the top of it. It's great to have you on the line. Before we get
Thank you so much.
How big of a deal is this press release? Because I got a couple other pieces of small talk I wanted to talk to you about. Is it?
Oh, okay. No, it's a Southern High School. We have to release them at 9 a.m. today because there's like a gas leak, and it's being addressed now by the fire department, hazmat, and we already informed the DPW. So, at 9 o'clock, they're actually being released to the school.
So bus riders will have a ride if anybody that gets dropped off by mom or dad mom or dad need to go pick up the kids starting 9 o'clock.
Correct. Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. And then, lunch boxes, they have it to go.
Oh,
they will still have their food.
Okay, all right. That's Southern High.
Yeah,
Southern High School is going to be released at 9 o'clock this morning, and that's about 8 minutes from right now.
Right.
Thanks, I appreciate that, and I'm sure that the parents of those kids are appreciating it now. Going, okay, what the heck am I going to do with them all day? I got to work.
It's raining.
It's raining. Yeah. Rewatch Shogun if you can. So anyway, Tess. Long history with Tess going back many years. Obviously, most recently over at the Lotte Hotel, and before that, quite a number of years in the retail mall business with the Agana Shopping Center. And there are some interesting things that are happening in retail these days, don't you think, Tess?
Yes, I do. The Donkey. Don Quixote is actually pretty good. It's huge.
Yeah. Well, they had a VIP thing the other day. Did you go?
Mm-hmm. No, I'm. Where am I? I think I have a meeting somewhere.
Well, it's too because everybody else in Gov Guam went. You're the only one. Everybody else in the government of Guam was there for the VIP day.
In the shopping. Yeah, I haven't been really in the shopping center for a long time, so I just looked at it and then, okay, I remember those days.
Right. We have to open something. There's going to be all hands on deck, those kinds of days. But it is kind of interesting. What do you think is going to happen in retail? What do you think? How is the arrival and the grand opening tomorrow of the Village of Donkey? What do you think that's going to do to the rest of the retail? And in this particular case, retail properties.
Mm-hmm. So anyway, it reminds me when Kmart opened. So the first thing I did was went to Mr. Jones and Mr. McComas, who's the general manager of Townhouse. So when we did this, it's good for the public, for the consumers.
Yeah.
However, of course, this one is huge, and if they have everything there, because I haven't seen really about the retail, but I've seen food and the groceries and what they offer is something different for Guam.
Yeah.
It's going to take time. I mean, for them, it's going to be people are going there. I think for a month, I'm not going there. But then again, the little store, the smaller retail store, and that will be a challenge. So the thing is, they have to be able to market their items or whatever they have, or the product.
Well, and that's for everybody. Everybody's going to need to relearn marketing. You know, back in the olden days, we used to call it the Ross effect, and what happens with smaller retail, even in the same shopping area, in the same mall, same building. What happens to smaller retail when you've got somebody that is just as massive as a Ross or a Macy's comes in? So will there, you know, there's a lot of people that suggest there might be a Village of Donkey effect that we are going to be looking out for. Likewise, your old stomping grounds at the Agana Shopping Center have announced today that they are going to be building the biggest Cost You Less on Guam in the parking lot.
For them. Yes, I'm happy for them. So these are the things that we need here on Guam, because I know sometimes like supplies, it takes time to come over. But if you have those selection of different retail stores or groceries, it would be good for our consumer. You know, the one idea that I would probably just recommend for those small stores, they offer the service. Customer service is still, you know, the way to attract your customer. You know, they have online buying or people that are buying online. Additional service would be like, if everybody's busy, if you're busy, we'll shop for you, go online, and we'll deliver it to your wherever you're at, your home, your office. I think that's part of the service that they can offer if they have a small store.
Not bad. Not bad.
Yeah,
I wouldn't mind that.
Amazon.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, Shelley turned me onto the idea that you could go and shop online at Home Depot in an app and then go pick it up. And somebody will come out with a cart with everything that you told them to put in it and stick it in your car, and you can go home and not go inside.
Online.
And not risk you know, spending any additional money or unintendedly spending money because you're browsing all of a sudden. So I thought that was a pretty cool innovation, and yeah, that would be cool to see with a whole bunch of other places, including groceries.
Yes, especially if, you know, our senior citizens, if they cannot just go out because there's a lot of people, or they think they don't have a ride. That's a good way you can do your service wherein, okay, we can do shopping for you online and we'll deliver it.
Right. Would love to see something like, maybe you ought to do that. Maybe you know, eventually retire from the Department of Education, get you know, all that sweet retirement money.
I can shop for you.
You shop for you.
Go to Manila. Go to Manila and go to Zara, and I said, Ray, do you want this one or you want this?
God, there's Zara's in Manila and Hong Kong. I cannot. Yes, there's a big Zara. There's a big Zara at Bonifacio Global City.
Yes, I live there actually. I have a condo there.
Oh, okay. So next time I go, maybe I'll bug you about staying at your place.
Sure.
Where is it?
Staying there.
Where is it, on Forbes?
It's a Blue Sapphire. It's probably 5 minutes to St. Luke's and 8 minutes to Zara or High Street.
We're just walking, right?
Yes.
Yes. Oh my God, High Street. All right. So tell you what. After you're done calling everybody in the other radio stations and telling them about the the emergency outage at Southern High starting in 3 minutes, tune back in over here because I've got some folks from the consulate's office, Danielle Bianca Villamin Oriando and Helen Grace Cuisa, the cultural office from the Philippine consulate here on Guam. Yeah, they're going to be doing they're promoting this VIP, very important Pinoy tour, which puts us in Manila, and then Old Manila, and then Lakawan, and then Bacolod, Cagayan de Oro. How do you say it?
Bacolod.
Then we're going to Malay Balay, or is it Malay Balay? I get it from them. But there's more. So we're going to be talking about this. It's an entire 10 days worth of an itinerary that gets you from here to there and back for a little over $2,000 for singles.
Oh, wow. That's good. That is good.
Right.
That is good.
All right, so we'll talk. Yeah, because it's got. I think it's everything is all included. It's with Raja Tours, who I'm sure you've heard of. So we'll be talking about that in another 12 minutes or so. So I'll talk to you pretty soon, Tess. Nice seeing you again.
Thank you so much.
888-8255, 888-TALK. She's the right person. She's spent. It's got to have been 20 years at Agana Shopping Center, from when there was a townhouse to when they opened up the entire kind of just Agana Shopping Center thing. back in the day. I want to say she had taken it from here to there. That was a Payless down on one end. You get the entire corridor. Oh my God, TikTok shop. You remember that?
Yes, I have a condo there.
Dude,
I have a condo.
I think everybody here has a condo in the Philippines.
I love that.
I might be the only one that does not have a condo in the Philippines because it's like $50 a month. It costs you have to put like $500 down, and it's $50 a month on these condominium properties, and they're building more and more of them. I mean, you're on the same social media as I am. I mean, there's a new gleaming piece of property, 50-story B&Bs and condominiums that are going up all over the place in the Philippines, and a lot of people from here that own some of the old ones are willing to trade in and sell the old ones in order to get into the new fancy ones.
You can stay in the consulate, Ray.
I'm going to work on that. Yes, asylum. I'm seeking asylum. Closing in on 9 o'clock in the morning. That's ahead on the Ray Gibson Show. I don't want you to move. Be right back.
multi-million-dollar settlement. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. The Justice Department has announced it'll pay out nearly $139 million to more than 100 people who accuse the FBI of mishandling sexual assault allegations against former USA Gymnastics Dr. Larry Nassar in 2015 and 2016.
The Department of Justice announcing the settlement stemming from an investigation that reported the FBI failed to take action regarding allegations of sexual abuse by Nassar. Nassar was accused of abusing hundreds of victims over the course of 2 decades and is currently serving a multiple decades-long prison sentence. The DOJ says they hope the settlement will give the victims, quote, some of the critical support they need to continue healing.
Fox's Ryan Schmelz in Washington. In Manhattan, hundreds of pro-Palestinian demonstrators gathered in a park near New York University for the second day. The group chanting and holding signs. Last night, police arrested about 150 people for blocking the street. Uptown at Columbia University, tents were once again set up on campus after being cleared out over the weekend. Police have issued warnings that they will begin making arrests if the protesters don't move along. Speaker Mike Johnson said to meet with the Columbia University protesters tomorrow afternoon. The first day of testimony in former President Trump's hush money trial.
Former American media CEO and President David Pecker testified today. He made a secret agreement to benefit former President Donald Trump's 2016 campaign. Pecker testified, quote, I would be the eyes and ears, working with Trump's former lawyer, Michael Cohen, to suppress negative stories about Trump and publish negative stories about his opponents.
Fox's Nate Foy outside the New York Supreme Court. The judge still has not ruled on whether Trump violated the gag order against him. Court will resume Thursday. America is listening to Fox News.
Stay cool all year round by checking out Johnstone Supply for your HVAC and refrigeration needs. Located at 170 Guerrero Drive on Picanell Road in Tamuning, call Johnstone Supply today at 671-649-0581. That's 671-649-0581. Open 8 a.m. to noon and 1 to 5 p.m. Monday to Friday. Open Saturdays from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. and closed on Sundays. Stay cool with Johnstone Supply. Get closer to your next adventure with the United Credit Card from First Hawaiian Bank. Every dollar spent can help you earn miles towards your upcoming trip. Earn 2 times the miles for $1 spent on gas, groceries, and United Airlines tickets. And earn 1 mile for every dollar spent on all other qualifying purchases. Plus, there's no expiration on the miles you've earned. Get on board with the First Hawaiian Bank United Credit Card. It all starts with yes. Terms and conditions apply. To learn more, visit any First Hawaiian Bank branch or go to fhb.com/United.
Murder charges filed in Michigan against a woman who crashed into a building while a birthday party was being held Saturday, killing 2 children.
Surveillance video shows 66-year-old Marcella Chittister's SUV kicking up plumes of dust as she sped down a gravel road before slamming into a boat club in Monroe County, south of Detroit, killing 2 siblings, 8 and 4 years old, and injuring several others, all who were attending a birthday party. Prosecutors say Chittister was drunk. She faces 8 charges, including 2 counts of second-degree murder. Her lawyer telling a judge,
This is not a monster. It's horrible what happened.
A judge setting a bond at $1.5 million. Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
Bird flu could be spreading to domestic animals.
With bird flu now spreading into dairy cows in 9 states, Cleveland vet Dr. Alice Jeroman says, yes, it can infect your dogs or cats. It's happening in France, Poland, South Korea, and here, likely from wild bird droppings or the cat that's hanging around your house that's eaten a bird. Bird flu can kill a bird. Cows seem to fight it off. Pets get symptoms. They may seem depressed, feverish, listless for 5 to 10 days, walk like they're drunk, or act like they can't see. Dr. Jeroman says if you suspect bird flu, alert your vet. She says it's not running rampant, but it could last longer and be fatal. And if you tend to walk through wild bird droppings, don't wear your shoes inside. It could spread the virus. Therese Crowley, Fox News.
4 Aboriginal spears that were taken to England by Captain Cook, that is, more than 250 years ago, have been returned to Australia's Indigenous community at a ceremony in Cambridge University. They're all that remain of about 40 spears that Cook and botanist Joseph Banks took in April 1770. The return was agreed to last year. It's seen as a step toward reconciliation. I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
Introducing My Rewards from 76 Circle K, a new and exciting way to fuel your savings. Get rewarded while purchasing your favorite items like Circle K coffee, Polar Pop, hot dogs, and more. Save 25 cents off per gallon and fuel your savings with My Rewards. Download the My Rewards Guam app. 25 cents off per gallon is valid for up to 20 gallons. One time per day. Certain exclusions apply. Visit 76circlekguam.com for more details.
Alpha Day, Mark Beneventi from Security Title here with a little information about deeds. In the world of real estate, a deed is the most common way to transfer property and ownership. Whether you're transferring a house in Jigo, a hotel in Tumon, or a ranch in Talipopo, the deed will describe the property boundaries, any restrictions, and the exact name of the new owner. Whether you're selling, buying, or even inheriting property, the deed transferring title is essential. When it comes to real estate, knowledge is key. Call the professionals at Security Title. We are here to help.
It used to be that a cancer diagnosis meant off-island trips and complicated therapy. Scary words like chemo and radiation, but things are changing for the better. At Island Cancer Center, we've invested in cutting-edge radiation technology that targets just the cancer, which means lower dosages and fewer side effects with maximum results. Technicians with decades of experience working with state-of-the-art tools are ready to help you and your family now. We know you've got questions. Get the answers now. Visit islandcancercenter.com for more information. That's islandcancercenter.com. Our family treating your family.
It's 6 after 9 on the Ray Gibson Show. Portions brought to you by APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. And the question, did you already put your tax return in? If you have, then great. Are you getting a refund? Even better. Good news, guys over at Nissan are offering to match your tax refund up to $10,000. So if Auntie Lou's going to be writing you a big check, they'll match that. You take it off the price of that new Nissan that you're going to get. It's called the 1040 Easy Sales Event, and it is going on now. There are conditions that apply, as you might imagine. Find out what they are by quickly visiting NissanGuam.com.
Rediscover Talk Radio here. Your FM News Talk Superstation. This is The Point.
There it is. Okay, I'm just making sure I've got all the right buttons clicked and all ready to go. 7 after 9 o'clock in the morning, and an opportunity to spend a little bit of time with folks from the Philippine consul. And I'd like to say good morning. Grace is in the studio, but Grace says she's not going to be doing any talking. Is that correct? Oh, darn. Okay. All right. Well, I'm glad that you're here, and we'll fly through all of this because this is an interesting trip. And I was just talking with my friend Tess Regis-Burrier about it just a few minutes ago on the radio, and she's definitely wants to know more about it, mostly because of all of the places that you can go without spending a lot of American money to be part of the trip. So the majority of the conversation is going to be with the Honorable Vice Consul. All right, Daniela Bianca Villamin Oriando.
Perfect.
I did. Okay. Yes. Oh, thank you very much. Whew, I was sweating that one out. Do me a favor. Hold the microphone or move closer to the microphone. I will keep an eye on that because I want to make sure the pretty face is on the screen, but we can hear you. You have a delightful voice. So the reason why they're here this morning is to brief everybody on the 2024 VIP Tour. And the VIP stands for...
Very important Pinoy tour.
But I'm a little bit Pinoy. I like the food. Do I count?
Sure, if you have a Filipino heart.
I
Yes.
have the heart of the Filipino, yes. I've many times aboard Philippine Air, when they do it, I do it just because. But this is really kind of an interesting thing to the degree that the consul's office is getting involved in enticing people on Guam to go back to the Philippines to go on tour.
Because, yes, we are promoting this VIP tour
Mhm.
because, well, this is organized by the Department of Foreign Affairs.
Okay.
And particularly the Foreign Service posts in the United States.
Uh-huh.
So all of the U.S. posts, U.S. Philippine posts in the U.S. are promoting this.
Mhm.
And then so this is in partnership with the Philippine Tourism, Department of Tourism and Raja Tours Philippines. And this VIP tour, it will cover destinations, 5 destinations, Manila, Bacolod,
Mhm.
Cagayan de Oro, Bukidnon, and Iligan. So we have Luzon.
Iligan. That's not
Visayas,
how I
and-
said it. I'm sorry, I said it Ilagan.
And Mindanao.
Yeah, okay. So then we'll go over all of the different destinations that make up this trip, and there's organization behind it. Raja Tours is going to be taking care of all of this. Now,
Yes.
I'm the kind of guy, and the last couple of trips to Manila outside of my physical, because that's where I go, St. Luke's or Medical City, for my annual physical checkup. I like to do that, but in the meantime, it's nice to be able to go on tours. And one of the things that I found is you are in competition as a tourist with a ton of other people. It's not just Americans that are there or Japanese or Koreans. There are also Filipinos that like to go on these different tours. Because there's opportunities to, there's different languages, there's different food, there's different, little miniature kinds of subsets of the culture and the history of the Philippines and all of these different places. So it's not uncommon, sorry for the double negative, to go someplace and say, okay, I'd like to go on this tour. And they say, oh, it's sold out. Sold out already. And, okay, when is the next opening? Is it 7 months from now? So if you've got an opportunity where somebody else is putting it together, by all means, take advantage of that. And these are some very, very interesting destinations that we're going to be going through. And so how did you pick out these destinations? How did you pick out the time frame for the trip?
Well, it would be Raja Tours that handles all of these destinations.
Okay.
And if I'm not mistaken, is it different every year? Or is it? Yeah.
Okay,
It's,
so
also
usually during the
held
summertime. And this one here, so the trips will begin, you will arrive in Manila on the 21st of July, and then it's a 10-day whirlwind trip to all of these different places. Now, you'll forgive my ignorance, please. It says the day one, we're in Manila, and then we'll go to Rizal Monument and see the charms of the old Manila, which is really, really cool. I've actually been on certain walking tours that they have in the area, and you get to see why Rizal was among the heroes in the revolutionary times. But then there's all of these other places. Then we got islands that we're going and other cities that we're going to be going. So if you give me an idea, if you will, about how many miles are we going to cover once we're in the Philippines? Is this all walking distance? Is it driving distance? Are we taking buses? Do you know?
Well, there's certainly going to be walks, of course,
Mhm.
and way tours. But from going to places, there's going to be buses provided.
Okay, and that's all the part
Yes,
of the Raja
it's
Tours
all
is going to be
part of the
taken care of.
package, yes,
But I just so you're going to be sleeping in a different place about every night. We've got daytime tours, and I'm assuming that meals are included as well.
Yes, meals are included. So the package tour includes food, the accommodation, and also the land transportation. So it's separate from the airfare.
Okay, well, yeah. So all I got to do is call my opposite number over at Philippine Airlines and say I need to be in Manila on the 21st, and they'll make those accommodations and bring me home on the 30th or so. I'm assuming that you can stay in Manila as long as you want to, but you're just not going to be on tour with Raja anymore after that.
Yeah, after that.
Okay, because it might if you're thinking that this might might be one of the things that you want to include in a physical trip or maybe a shopping trip to Manila. Do that and get everything tied up, and then so either leave it at the airport, send it home in the mail, and then go on the tour and then just come back.
Yeah, they can arrange it with
so many different ways to do this. Oh my God, this is gonna be terrific. Okay, and you cannot beat the service in the Philippines. I know, I've tried it out myself. So we'll get into the interstitial of it. Day number 1, arrival in Manila.
Correct.
Okay, so Manila Airport can be sometimes very confusing to first-time passengers. Will there be somebody walking around with a big sign that says Raja Tours or something with my name on it?
Yes, they will have a welcome reception at the airport. There's going to be the Department of Tourism is going to also welcome them, and also Raja Tours.
Oh, wow.
Yes, it's going to be like a...
This is high level.
It's a homecoming and welcoming celebration. Yes.
All right. So get in a bus from the airport and we go spend the night in a hotel in Manila?
In a hotel, yes. And then they have leisure time the first day. So they can go around and maybe relax at the hotel. Or then
Greenbelt. We're going shopping. Gonna go shopping. Go and trying to remember the names of some of the restaurants that they've got over at. Is La Mesa still there? It is still there, because I know that during COVID times there's a whole bunch of businesses, unfortunately, that opened and closed, and that was among my favorites. Great seafood place, and they have this lechon that is the size of your arm. It really is terrific. 18 different dipping sauces in there. So there's Manila, and then really on the first major day, then they're going to take you to the Rizal Monument. But there's more than just that. I mean, there's this, as I said, there's more to the tour of the old Manila, right?
Yes. So they can actually have choices for their tour. So they can go through Old Manila, right? And then they can also go to Chinatown, the oldest Chinatown.
Never been.
In Binondo. And then they can also do Ayala Museum if they're into art.
Okay.
Right. And then so there are choices for the second day.
And Sinigang Valley?
Sinigang Valley as well.
Isn't that the soup?
Yes, sinigang.
But there's a whole nother sinigang that I'm aware of.
Yeah.
Okay, just an aside off the top of my head, one of my favorite things in the world is you go to the store and you buy yourself a packet of Mamacita's sinigang mix, and you take your green mangoes and dip it in there. That will change your life, and sprinkle it on all kinds of different...
I haven't tried that. Maybe I'll try that.
It's a thing that you've got to... And you don't have to go to the Philippines. Go to Donkey Village, because they have a big section there of Filipino foodstuffs, including virtually every Mamacita's that they make. Is available there, just in case you don't know. Yes. Yes, you'll like it. You'll like it very much. All right, so after that, and I'm going to assume that there's kind of there are choices in here as well. I'm going to say this wrong. It's Bacolod?
Bacolod, yeah.
Okay, so city tour?
City tour.
What's there?
Bacolod, you can see, in the tour, they're going to go to sugar cane plantation, and then also the Piaya factory. Piaya is like a dessert, and it has mung bean.
Yes, mung beans, okay.
Yes, so they're famous for that.
Also. Okay.
And then, some historical sites as well, like the Lizares Mansion, like that.
Whose mansion?
Lizares Mansion.
Was it in a movie? I almost, because I'm almost positive there's so many great movies that have come out of the Philippines, and some are period pieces from pre-revolutionary, post-revolutionary times, and the architecture of is just absolutely fascinating. There's still people that are studying how it is possible that in a place as warm and as tropical as the Philippines is, people were able to build houses, design facilities that took advantage of the natural breezes and would vent out the hot air in the house and bring in the cool air. Very, very sophisticated technology that they did with that. Day 4, Lacawan Island Tour. What's on Lacawan? Is that some kind of an island resort?
Yes, it's an island resort, and it's 16 hectares. And then also they have white sand beaches. It's kind of like Boracay.
Oh.
You know, and also they
But
have
not necessarily overrun with tourists like Boracay?
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
Yeah, so you can relax. But they can also do like adventure activities as well, like kayak, and then they go banana boat and stuff like that.
Yep. Okay, so add
for
that to
people. That's
add
for
that.
the young people.
I was going to say definitely. We got there's more here, adventure and farm tourism, and more in the Cagayan de Oro tour. There's I'm going to say this wrong too. Is it Malay Balay or Malay Balay?
Malay Balay.
Okay, did I trust you? Cultural immersion tour.
Yes.
Tell me more.
So in Bukidnon, there are several ethnic groups.
Mhm.
And then so for this tour, yes, it's going to be a cultural immersion. So you're going to see performances, dances, singing. And then they're also going to teach you how to weave the clothing and also, of course, try their cuisine.
Mhm.
And then with their traditional methods.
Would you suggest? Do you think that like more provincial places that we're going to be visiting? So you got resort locations, you've got agricultural attractions that you can go and visit, as well as almost cottage industry, industrial stuff like being able to weave clothes.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Very, very cool. Okay.
They are going to experience all of that.
There's also a waterfalls tour that they've got there. And then we go from Cagayan de Oro back to Manila. I'm going to assume that this is a big, long traveling day.
Yes.
Well, I mean, you've got to have some. I wish I had a map of the Philippines so I could see where and when any of, where it is on the map that we're talking about. Somebody's asking online a couple of questions. Hold on a second. Any Manila trance and house music club tours? Jay, I don't know if they've got that, but I can hook you up with Raja Tours out of Manila and let you know and let them know what specifically that you are looking for. Manila trance and house music club tours. Now, having been in Manila a couple of times, I've never been to one of those, but I have been to one of the best country western bars I was ever in my life. Was in Manila in the Philippines. I just thought it was just incredible. They had the band up there doing great country western songs, and people running around with cowboy hats and boots. Quite a lot going on in the diversity market for entertainment in the Philippines, and this is just
life is great.
Oh, it is absolutely terrific. And so there's a lot that people are going to be wanting to know. Like, all right, so. How do we get there? Are you working outside of Raja Tours? Are you making recommendations for airline accommodations? I'm going to assume that you'd prefer that people went on Philippine Airlines.
Yes, Philippine Airlines is an option for them.
Mm-hmm. As is United. And just figure out which airport you want to fly into, basically. What kind of airplanes you want to ride, but that's separate now. I pay for my own airfare.
Yes, they make their own arrangements,
Mhm.
and also for domestic travel. They can also ask the services of Raja Tours for the domestic travel because Manila to Bacolod to Cagayan de Oro, you have to fly.
Oh.
Yes, so they can have a separate fee.
Oh,
Raja
I
Tours
see.
Separate fee for that.
So you've got domestic airlines there. I mean, I'm assuming Philippine Airlines will be able to take you, maybe some of the smaller ones, Cebu Pacific, and others might be able to take you on the portions that you need to go on airplanes. And again, that's not going to be covered in the fee that Raja Tours.
Yes, that's a
Separate charges for that. Well, let's get to this. Let's get to what they're actually going to be charging for, so people can figure out, how much money that they've got to set aside. I will remind you that the peso is trading today at 57.38 against the dollar. That's the bank rate. And if you want to know about getting the best rates, I've got to put in a plug for kind of one of our sister companies. Exchanged is the name of the company. Go to exchanged.com. There's an app that you download to your phone. You create your wallets, and you can, if you want to do it this way, you can make it so that you send yourself money with every stop that you go to, because there are a gillion different spots where you can take advantage of, make those withdrawals at ATMs and stores and things like that when you use the exchange system. Or you can send the money to somebody that you know out there, and they'll just hold on to it for you. It's a great way, and it will get you literally the best exchange rate as possible. They work with the Bank of the Philippines in order to ensure that they will get you as close to the bank rate as possible on your exchanges. So 57.38 is what they're doing right now. So the package rate without air, and I thought this looked pretty good, for single occupancy is $2,033 U.S.
Yes, and it also depends on the hotels that you're choosing. So 2033 for the Seda Manila Bay, Seda Capital Bacolod, and Limcat Kai Hotel.
Okay.
And then if you want the Seda Manila Bay, Acacia Hotel, and then the Seda Centro CTO, it's going to be $2,029. So not much difference
between one and the other.
To be honest, the hotels are great.
Well, it doesn't sound like you're going to be spending a lot of time in the hotels either.
But the breakfast at the hotels are really it's really sumptuous.
Absolutely superior. Absolutely superior.
Yes.
This sounds like.
I always stay at Sada. That's why.
Is there a website that you can go to? I mean, I'm going through a bunch of printouts and things like that that I was given to prepare for the interview. But are there websites, either through the consulate office or Raja Tours where people
go to our Facebook page. So Philippine Consulate General.
Easy.
In Guam.
Okay. Philippine Consulate General in Guam. And all the details, contact information is all there.
There. And then also, they can contact our cultural officer, Ms. Grace.
Mm-hmm.
And then, can I give her
Oh, absolutely, yes.
So that will be grace.quisia, that's Cuisia, at dfa.gov.ph. And then she can also be reached through phone. So that's 671-588-5507 if you need additional information or assistance.
Well, what if people want to get a hold of you, Danielle?
Sure, you can email me. You can email me as well. It's Daniela, so DANIELLA .Villamin, so VILLAM as in Mary, I-N as in Nancy.
Easy
at dfa.gov.ph.
So now that we've gotten this taken care of, a couple other things. Is there anything else going on between now and the end of the year? I understand Philippine independence is going to be kind of a big deal here on Guam, and there's a lot of conversation about trying to get as many people in your version of the State Department working towards a Guam CNMI Philippine visa waiver program.
That's
give me confidential information. I want to know confidential stuff here.
We're actually looking for updates for this. So it's something that we're looking at and something that is important for both for bilateral trade and.
Well, we just like it. I mean, obviously, there's a tourism aspect to it, but there's a friends and family added value, added feature to this because, as you know, there are so many Filipinos. 30% of the population, maybe more, are of Filipino descent, and an opportunity for their families to be able to come to Guam and visit them and go to Village of Donkey and shop at the mall and do all of those things, or just hang out on the beach, as many people will. I think that's something that we've got to work towards. You know, the relationship between the Philippines and Guam, and the Philippines and the United States over the last 150 years or so is something that we ought to, I think, solidify and mark by way of saying, okay, we've been friends, we're allies now in these tricky Indo-PACOM times. How about we give this benefit, this bonus to families in the Philippines to be able to come to Guam and the CNMI and visit their families here one of these days, huh?
Let's see.
Let's see. I don't know. You know, every time I bring up the conversation, I'm always of the opinion that everybody knows the answer. We just can't tell you yet. We know what's going to be happening. We're just not going to say anything because there seems to be. Just look at the airline industry and all of the work that's happening. We've got the Philippine Airlines that in October is going to start flying to Seattle, Washington, where they have a large Filipino population, 250,000 people or more in Seattle, Washington. Obviously, where everybody's looking at different travel. They've got the San Francisco route all lined out, and they're making all kinds of accommodations to be able to come out here with a little bit more regularity. So I'm going, well, if they're putting this much of an investment in seats to get from point A to point B, there must be something else that's going to be going on. How long you been in the trade here and the consul business?
I've only been here at the consulate for a month, but in the department, I've been here for 3 years.
How did you get in? Did you just decide one of these days I want to work for?
My father was on the consulate as well.
Oh wow!
He was, he brought us to Guam. So I went to elementary, high school, and I went elementary, middle school, and then high school here.
Oh, interesting. Yeah. No time in the Philippines to go to college or anything back there?
I went to college in the Philippines.
Which one? The good one?
UP Dilla.
Nice. Well, I'm so glad that you had an opportunity to come in here. I hope you do this more often. I'd love to be able to have you or Grace or anybody from the consulate come by, and maybe even the consul general wouldn't mind coming by for the morning show and talk about things, especially when there's going to be good news about accommodations and the potential for visa-free travel, or some kind of, not visa-free travel, do it like they do with the Chinese and the CNMI and do parole authority or something like that, that might be able to bridge that gap and allow for more people to come out here for tourism and for business.
Thank you so much for letting us promote this VIP tour.
I kind of want to go. Because, like I said,
I'm
I've gone to the Philippines thinking, okay, I'm going to go on this tour, I'm going to go and do that, and they say, no, it's already sold out. We're not going to be able to get you here for another 3 weeks. Corregidor, as an example, which is a great tourism opportunity. It's a great historical feature that they have in the Philippines, and there's a limited number of boat launches that you can get to Corregidor on, and once they are sold out, that's it, and you just it's a question of waiting, and sometimes you have to wait a long time. And there were other situations like when the weather goes bad, and I'm sorry, even though you had reservations, we can't take you over there, and you're going to have to find something else to do. As I said, Greenbelt's always open, Green Hills always open, for those of you that need a new Rolex. It's 9:29 in the morning. Thanks for coming by. I'm going to grab some selfies with the ladies, and then I'm going to figure out how we're going to kill the next half hour of talk radio here on The Point.
Whoever said no risk, no reward has never been sued. Hi, I'm Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and our job for over 70 years has been to help businesses just like yours manage risk. Manage risk? We will never be able to totally eliminate the myriad of risks every business faces, but we can help you manage them and recover when disaster strikes. From mom-and-pop operations to high-rise hotels, we're the experts businesses have counted on for many years. Call me today at 777-2668 for a free risk review and consultation.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
Do you or a loved one suffer from severe joint, muscle, or bone pain? Do you currently suffer from autoimmune conditions such as gout, lupus, or rheumatoid arthritis? If so, Guam Regional Medical City is here to help. GRMC is pleased to welcome Dr. Tirakanok, Guam's only rheumatology provider. For more information, visit grmc.gu or contact GRMC's referral office at 671-633-GRMC. That's 671-633-4762.
Located in the heart of Hagåtña, Mezcla Fusion Bistro isn't just a meal, it's an experience. Fresh, local ingredients are fused with international influence. Here at Mezcla Fusion Bistro, Chamorro staples meet modern fusion. Make your reservation today and taste the magic. Visit us online at mezclaguam.com or call 479-2652 or 489-2653. Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro, a true taste of Guam.
Hey, what time are they opening tomorrow? Do you know?
Tomorrow?
Yeah.
10.
The Village.
10.
Is that what? Okay, that's firm?
I don't know.
What? Stop it.
I'm not going for a few months, man.
I keep hearing that. That's been the nature of the conversation. All right, what have I? 9:31 in the morning. Portions of the program made possible with the guys over at Island Cancer Center. Not just guys, there's girls there that are operating that really, really sophisticated equipment that they've got. I've heard the word cancer in my house and in my family before, and it's a scary, scary word. But the way that they are using technology now, radiation technology, imaging technology, and how they've kind of married both of them into a system where they do everything possible to deliver almost exactly it's one of those things where the thing is like a magnetron spinning around you, round and round, and as it goes around you, where the target is, it will try to hit it with the highest doses possible. But when it's going around you to a place where it doesn't need to hit that target, or the target isn't there, it goes down, and then it goes back up when it's in front of the target, and ensuring that you get the highest amount of dosage that you need without having to irradiate anything that doesn't need to get irradiated. Very, very sophisticated technology, sophisticated science, ladies and gentlemen, and it's available at Island Cancer Center. They have the nicest business cards over at the Department of Foreign Affairs. Daniela, Bianca, Villamin, Oriondo, and they got business cards, bro. Look, it's got gold in it. It's got gold. Now you're going to want your business cards to have gold in it. Hey, welcome back to the program. 932, you got the telephone number. Don't be shy about using it. You got the meme machine number, which is 797-8255. You've seen something. And all over Guam, people have been seeing stuff. And among the things that they've seen is, it's raining. And I haven't gone outside in the last couple of minutes, so I'm not sure about it. Jeff from over at Pirates Cove says the sun is trying to make its way out, and he sent me a picture. The brighter part of that dark cloud is the sun that's trying to peek out and bring us back to what April is supposed to be looking like. But here it is. We had to wait until about the 24th of the month before we got to that April showers earlier.
It's been hot, dude.
It has been hot, and it has been dry. 0.3 of an inch. And I forget what day it was, but according to Landon Idlet from the National Weather Service, prior to today, the high water mark for rains in one day was earlier in the month when they got 0.3 of an inch of rain. Otherwise, it's been dry, just a sprinkle here or a sprinkle there until this morning. Actually, if you ask Mark Cruz, he says last night was when it started raining a whole lot. He said about 11:30 was when the rain started coming down at his place. I woke up this morning to the sound of rain on the tin roof and then rain on the tarp, my ERC tarp. Thank you very much. And thinking, okay, maybe it's just an early morning shower that never stopped. But it's after 9 o'clock in the morning, so I imagine the flood advisor is going to be expiring here before too much longer if it hasn't been reset or renewed. 888-825-5888-TALK. Nancy Nakamura watching. So is Jerome McDonald, who says, Daniela is so eloquent. Another smart cookie. How do I do that? I don't know. 888-8255. Facebook is working this morning. A lot of conversations about solar providers and things like that. Simon Sanchez has been chasing the conversation because earlier we had Rebecca Respicio on the line. There is almost $63 million coming to Guam, our share of the Solar for All plan that Washington, D.C. has put together, $7 billion nationwide to try to get, what is it, relieve power equity or something like that? Because there's got to be a Wokey thing.
It's a loan.
It's a loan.
Yeah.
Loan.
It's $1 a year for 99 years.
So where it is. Environmental justice. There we go. There is such a thing in the minds of these people. They always. I was at Kamala Harris. I was watching her doing some kind of a thing with somebody on television, and she was asking about, will they be planting more trees? Because neighborhoods with people of color don't have trees in them. And so we've got to design all of this green space to take care of the environmental justice and ensure that there are trees that are built into all of these spaces that we're building so that everybody has an equal number of trees.
Yeah, the trees.
Yes. Okay. So anyway, so we're going to have some more environmental justice, and it's going to be means tested, which means that there's a significant number of people listening that are probably not going to qualify. And that's one of the things that Simon has been pushing, is the idea that maybe there's a way that we can look at this plan and turn it into something that will help. $62 million is a whole lot of money. And if we could figure out a way to spread that wide so it benefits everybody, environmental equity, it benefits everybody, not just the few that qualify for the individual programs. Maybe that's the right way to do this. I don't know. Jessica S.E. Cruz is online. Jimmy Moylan. I got Kevin Kanata hanging out. Sorry, that's Congressman Jimmy Moylan. He has been in the news over the last couple of days because he's talking about certain things that they're trying to get some money for in a variety of these budgets that are moving around. I don't know that there's much for Guam in that package they put together for Ukraine and Israel. And I know that there's, frankly, a whole set of numbers that were flat out refused or didn't get as far as they needed to in the congressional process. But they've got some other moving vehicles they're going to try to get it on. What freaked me out, the thing that caught my eye as I was looking at these stories, was the incredible amount of money that they need to rebuild some of the processes going on the bases that we've got here. $1 billion worth of destruction at places like Anderson Air Force Base and some of the other things that there was another thing that he was talking about. Ugh. I may have to actually look at the story. It was one of these kind of out of the way things that you'd never even mix and match in your head with trying to go after FEMA or the Department of Defense to get. I don't know. I'll find it in a couple of minutes. In the meantime, 9:37 in the morning. Earlier today, talking with cousin Fred Bradalio, who said he was having a cup of coffee, pondering what the results might be of an investigation into the escape of Mr. Akfadzi yesterday. It was a detainee that they brought into the Department of Corrections on a family.
Is it Akfadzi or Afza'i?
I'm sorry, Afza'i. Thank you very much. Afza'i. Another one of those A names. But anyway, so Mr. Afza'i was brought. Strangulation and family violence was what brought him in. And apparently he didn't want to be in jail anymore, wanted to get back to the people who he was strangling and maybe finish the job. I don't know. But he left the Department of Corrections and was found later on in what had to have been something dramatic. My understanding was from, in fact, our own Kevin, who was in the area, was they got out there, guns drawn. Cops and your sort guys from the Department of Corrections, people out there saw the guy, and it was guns drawn time, baby. You on the ground, hand behind your head. All of the stuff that you see on television and some of these internet deals, and it must be different when it's real life, because you never know when there might be shots fired. So thankfully, I don't think there were any yesterday, and the guy was able to get put in handcuffs, taken over to the police station, and they took care of him. And my guess is whatever he was going to be in for now, and this is kind of interesting, depending on how the AG does this, right? So he is arrested and alleged to have strangled somebody and got involved in the family violence. But, you know, working with somebody like Peter Santos, maybe they could have got him off of those charges, right?
Yeah.
But
of course.
Okay,
so get 5 years for escape.
No. Yeah. That's what I mean. So I mean, the guy could actually get off on the charges that he was arrested on, but still face charges for escaping from the prison, because that's a whole separate charge, right? It's still illegal whether you're in there, you know, and whether you're a convict or not, or detained. Even though you might be out from under the original charges, we're still going to sting you for running away from the cop. Huh. That is going to be interesting to watch. As I said, we'll watch and see how the Attorney General plays with that. But I was talking about my cousin Fred drinking coffee. And poor Donna D, who had an hour's sleep this morning.
He's going to need all the coffee, Ray.
America really loves coffee is a story. The share of U.S. adults who say they have had coffee in the last day. They conducted this poll. It started in 2004. The most recent of it was recently conducted. 67% of the adults surveyed said they have had coffee in the last 24 hours. Now, I don't know about you. That number feels high, and it is. I guess there's a lot more people drinking coffee. There's a lot more places to drink coffee. You know, one of the things that we found in the coffee business was you got a pretty good coffee place over here. And you go, okay, well, let's build up a coffee place over there. People say, no, it's too close. You'll cannibalize each other. And you know what they found out? They don't. Everybody buys coffee. It's just another place to go and buy coffee. You're not cannibalizing from anything else. You might be sharing customers with somebody, and that's the nature of competition, but more people are drinking coffee these days. Back in 2004, fewer than half of U.S. adults drank coffee in the last day. Drip coffee is the most popular way to prepare it, but consumption of espresso, I'm sorry, I got to say it so I trigger people. Consumption of espresso-based beverages have been... Can I get an espresso, please? Yes. Lattes were the most popular espresso drinks. Espresso shots and cappuccinos followed along. So those are the stories now, ladies and gentlemen, on coffee. And it's funny, I don't know. I never did think that I was a big coffee guy. I started drinking coffee for the most part because I did a morning show. And, you know, you wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning and you need something to get your heart started. But for the most part, I was never a really, really big coffee drinker. When I worked in afternoon radio, I would go to a store. There was a place, a Snack Shack, I think was the name of the store near Guam Cable TV. And I'd buy a 6-pack of Mountain Dew, or 2 or 3 Mountain Dews.
Caffeine.
Right? Huh? And a $100,000 bar. Which if
those are great.
I
I want to get one today.
Right? So the $100,000 bar, if you remember, was chocolate wafers. And they had a little chocolate cream that separated them. And then there was a kind of a chocolate nougat around it. And then it was all wrapped up in chocolate. So they put a little bit of chocolate in the $100,000 bar, and I'd get a couple of those things, and they kept me absolutely wired for a 4-hour afternoon radio show, and that was how I got my energy these days. Now they say I probably shouldn't drink as much Mountain Dew, and I never understood why. Until you get older, and then they start talking about, it is Rico Blancaflor. There he says, major sugar bomb. Major sugar bomb in the thing. And,
32 tablespoons of sugar.
So here I am. I'm going to go on my high fructose corn syrup rant again. I will occasionally have a can of Mountain Dew. And I say occasionally because it's usually the canned version has high fructose corn syrup, which I think is Frankenstein syrup. And if you got to go to a lab to make something sweet, then maybe this is not for you. But if you can find Mountain Dew, and I think in the little 12-ounce bottles at the gas stations, it's made with cane sugar.
Real cane sugar?
Real cane sugar, which makes a difference. I can taste the difference between cane sugar Mountain Dew and high fructose corn syrup. And there's enough people that can do that. A few years ago, the people at Mountain Dew, PepsiCo or whoever, actually came out and reintroduced a sugar version of Mountain Dew, which they say, and they're correct, tastes just like the original. 9:44 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. What else you want to talk about? Jerome McDonald says, Colombian coffee maintain my libido. That's enough out of you, Jerome.
Yeah,
Thank you very much. The less we know about Jerome's libido, I think
TMI,
the better. Who else was playing around? Frank the Crank Camacho online. Cousin Troy hanging out with us this morning. Nice to see Johnny Utah there. Jane and Mel Limoquet. Marvin Crisostomo. And Marvin, thank you very much for the care package yesterday. I was joking around the last time I saw him and said, hey, isn't it time that Marvin brought us something hot to the radio station?
Oh, man.
And before 10, he came by and brought some Denancy.
Thank you, Marvin.
And this spicy jam. And Marvin, you're going to hate me for this. But I gave my Denancy and my spicy jam to Mana. Mana's only going to be here for a little bit longer. And I wanted to make sure that she had some great spicy Denancy to take back home with her, back to the States with her, until her next trip. And we were talking about and I don't know why. You ever get into weird family conversations?
Oh, yeah.
And then for some reason, the something as innocuous as what kind of crackers do we have at your house? What kind of cracker people are you?
Scooch-you.
I am a Skyflakes cracker guy. I have yet to find a Skyflakes flavor that I don't like, and I will buy them in the big. It's one of the two still plasticky things I bring home with me from the grocery store is Skyflakes in the plastic container and Happy Time.
Happy Time.
You don't know Happy Time?
What is Happy Time?
Happy Time crackers.
Okay, no, I've never heard of them.
It comes in a little round box.
That was after a massage.
No. It's happy ending.
Okay.
But a Happy Time is, and there's all kinds of these little cookie confections in there, and there's some crackery things that come in it as well. And it comes in a little round container with a little round handle, and they called that Happy Time. There was a few years ago. There was a big, I don't know, somebody must have taken 2 or 3 pallets after a typhoon or something down to one of these outer islands that got smashed in a storm. And everybody got their Happy Time cookies. And when they were done eating the Happy Time, they all converted them into, I think the word I'm looking for is a ket.
Well,
or maybe it's a
sewing
tet.
kit?
No, it's like it's the kit
a ket
that people carry around with them with betel nut and the scissors and the cigarette
and the lime
and all of the other stuff. Everybody converted them to that. And for some of the bigger Happy Times, they turned those into chairs. Ben Martinez, any word on Pago Bridge area? Is it very flooded? Well, that obviously came in a little bit earlier today. Deb Regis was on earlier. Meganush Ketapashin is online. Maria Duenas Perez and Rebecca Salazar. John Miskimins asking, what time is it?
It's go time.
You know, you should always check. I don't want to say
That's party time.
that I'm not good at this, but I will admit to every once in a while looking at the clock, and instead of saying 9:47, I'll say 6:47 or something like that, and just throw everybody for a loop.
Ray.
Sorry about that. There's nothing I can do about it. Candelario Mariano, Jan Sardoma hanging out, Jose Martinez. There's Lauren Michelle hanging out. This morning, Victor Gaza and Jose Martinez and Jen BDR and a whole bunch of other people that were hanging out with us this morning. Not so many on the Facebook side, and as usual, significant numbers of people that are hanging out watching on the YouTube. So we actually got more people on some days and in some hours on YouTube than we do on Facebook. But, you know, they're just not as noisy on the YouTube side. You know, unless Kitsuto in Japan is getting into a fight with somebody, usually Andrew. Chris Camacho is here. There are many workers who don't do... this is in response...
Snitching. Someone's snitching.
Yeah. No, it's in response to Jerry Roberts' extra point. It says there are many workers who don't do anything for the first couple of hours when they get in and take up to 5 breaks in the day. Lazy, no work ethics. Yeah, my favorite ones are the ones that fall asleep in the ones that fall asleep in the bathroom. Who's that? Lupang Guam PI needs to dump that QR code nonsense that extends visa to 60 days. Be welcoming like Japan. That vibe I get is we don't want your money. Stay away. And so I do, says Lupang Guam. Which QR code nonsense are you talking about? You got to be careful because people are using QR codes more often these days. When they first came out, I thought it was a kind of a pretty interesting novelty, and then it seems to me that when they made the change, because you used to have to download a separate program for most phones, is my recollection. You couldn't just open up your camera if you've got an iPhone, and the QR code reader is in the camera app. So you point your camera app at a QR code, and that takes you to a website. It offers up a website or something like that. The original ones, you had to download a separate app, so it was not as much fun to be able to do the QR code. But there is an actual QR code revolution, and the great thing about it is you only need to print really one QR code because you can go in and manipulate the destination on the QR code at any time. In many cases, if I have an opportunity to do that, if I can kind of hack my way into the back parts of the software, I will usually try to manipulate the QR code. So instead of it going to, say, a business or something like that, it'll send you to Pornhub. 9:49 on the Ray Gibson Show.
Never heard of it, Ray.
Thank you very much. Wait. Looking to no, I don't want to get into. So there are people that listen that bristle. It's my word, bristle, when I start talking about WhatsApp. And the reason is because, you know, WhatsApp it's a meta company. And we worry about our security and our privacy in these meta companies, in this meta universe that Mark Zuckerberg has. And there's a lot of people that have moved over to Signal. I am on Signal. There's a Signal presence also. We have a Signal chat group here at the radio station where all of the really, really important information goes. But there's a reason why I don't generally refer to Signal on the program is because I can't put Signal in a browser and then put that browser up on the screen. There's an app. There's a thing that you can download, but I don't have the technology to be able to add that to the screen. Maybe I'll talk to the software guys and see if it's doable and see if there's more people that would like to participate in communicating in the meme machine on WhatsApp and a meme machine on the Signal. But since I am talking about WhatsApp, I will give you a WhatsApp hint. Are you ready for? And it surprises me that there aren't more people that know this. If you are on WhatsApp, go to your settings. Go to settings.
Turn off blue check marks.
Oh yeah, if you're somebody. Yeah, if you're somebody and just can't be bothered to respond to somebody like a real human being, like a civilized human being, and at least say thanks, okay, got the message, beep you later, right? No, gray. That's all we get here. We just know that you're in the world somewhere.
We detach.
Your phone is connected.
Detach.
Yeah, but okay. So go to settings, and where it has your name and your profile picture, there's a thing. Right next to it, you can see on mine. You see over on mine. Press. It's a little blue deal, blue gizmo. Press that, and it will come up with this. It'll come up with a QR code. So when you're exchanging WhatsApp information with somebody or contact information, In fact, if you've got Bluetooth right now, you can actually, not Bluetooth, but if you got a camera open, you can point it at this thing on the screen, and you can get my contact information that way. I don't know if I turn that off, but anyway. So that's how you do that. So if you're at the bar and you're talking to a pretty girl, and she's like, "Oh, I'd sure like to continue this conversation because I've heard you on the radio, and you're the best thing about that show. Don't tell Ray." And you want to give her your contact information. Normally, the way it works is, somebody dials somebody else's phone, and you go, "Oh, that's me." But if you click on that QR code, let them put their camera on that, and then you can add the thing. Yes, it's a total scan. I love it. QR codes are cool. It's $9.50. I'm going to get that tattooed. I'm going to get it tattooed right there. Tattoo Sean, I'm going to get a QR code tattooed on my wrist. And that way, cute girl, whatever, traveling, just here, baby, just take a picture of this tattoo, and you'll know everything there is to know me. 9:53 on the Ray Gibson Show. I'll probably be right back.
Well, hello, it's me again, Ray Gibson, with a reminder to get your tickets for the 80s and 90s Choice Throwback on April 27th at Zone Nightclub. They're going fast. Get yours today. And it's a big money night. We're giving away $1,500 in cash drops all night, plus another $500 to the high school that shows out with the most alumni. $500 cash to the high school that shows with the most alumni. You can do this. Call everyone you know. Get the classmates, and let's do this. This giveaway proudly sponsored by Vic Gaza for Senator. Tickets $20 at the door, or you can WhatsApp Daryl Izama 787-0743 for advance tickets and your request. See you at the Throwback.
Okay, what's instant issue?
You open an account, you receive your new debit card right then as an instant issue.
And if I have to replace my card for whatever reason?
Yep, you order, it's ready. No waiting for the mail. And you can track your usage on your online banking in real time.
Wait, I can see my purchase or ATM activity when they happen?
Yep, instantly.
I like it. Where do I sign up?
Bank Pacific. You know, Rosewood branches, we place routes instantly.
Member FDIC.
At APL, their expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing their efforts in giving back to the community. APL's dedicated team in Guam and the U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
And now, this is an interesting story. I actually know a couple of guys that I can talk to about it. This came out of, I don't know which website it is, When Brown Tree Snakes Don't Take the Bait. Now, yeah, actually, I do know the guy that might have written this. USDA Wildlife Service. Yeah, so we've got a problem with Cocos Island. Remember, that was the sanctuary. They took all of the cocoa birds up there, and they said, this will be great because the snakes will never get here because you got Guams over there, and the snakes don't swim a mile and a half.
They got there.
And they found a way there, and there's a whole bunch of them. And so apparently they're having a hard time with the brown tree snakes not taking the bait that's got the aspirin in it to kill them. And the article says, for practical purposes, baiting and trapping on Cocos Island are ineffective. We know this low level of effectiveness is not a result of low snake density because our visual searching and hand capturing efforts, we know the snakes are definitely out there. And I think I know the problem. I know the problem. You know what the problem is? Is the baits that they're using don't taste like cocoa bird.
Yeah, they're not that good.
Not tasty. Dead rat.
Flavors everything, right?
Dead rat or cocoa bird. Dead rat, cocoa bird. I mean, I've never eaten a cocoa bird, but I've got to assume that they probably taste a little bit better than dead rat. 9:56 and change. The chief propeller head correspondent of the Ray Gibson Show, Bob Kelly, is on the line. We were talking about QR codes. Did that put a thought in your head?
Well, actually, it was your next thing you were talking about, and that was the use of Signal.
Yeah.
Are you aware that you can get beeper on your phone and it consolidates WhatsApp, Signal, Messenger, Telegram, all these into just one thing? When you get the alert, all your groups are coming together on one thing to read, so you don't have to go checking 4 or 5 places?
No. There's no such thing. You just made that up.
Look up beeper. In fact, coming soon with Beeper, they might actually have Apple Talk on Android integration. That's what they're working on right now.
Okay, so is it Beeper? Like beeper.
B-E-E-P-E-R. Yeah, like beeper.
Huh, okay. Now, is it, what was the question I was going to ask? So tell me about the security features of this. How much will it protect me from having guys over at TikTok, Breakdance, and the guys over at Meta from being able to go in there and seeing my conversations?
Your messages are still encrypted over the basic. When you send from your phone, say WhatsApp, which is encrypted, it is still encrypted the same way when it goes out of your phone.
All right, so
it's running on your phone.
Right. So my WhatsApp, my encrypted message on WhatsApp are just as encrypted when they get on the beeper as they were when they were sent.
That is correct. All beeper's doing is consolidating all of your message groups into one.
Huh. That would save a little bit of time. Considering
includes SMSs too.
Oh wow! So just regular phone messages.
Yes.
Huh. All right. I might look into it. It sounds like it might be advertiser supported. Do I have to pay for it?
I'm not paying anything for it.
Very good. Well, you are Bob Kelly. I mean, you can figure out all the wraparounds and the ways to do this.
I mean, I have not hacked it or anything either. I just downloaded it and found it very interesting because it makes it so much easier just to check one place. And that also pops up on my screen when I get a message, no matter which messenger sends it to me.
Right. Okay, next silly question here. You're a guy that talks into your watch. Does this beeper program work with your smartwatch?
I have not yet put my notifications from beeper on my Samsung. I've only had the beeper running now about 3 weeks because I did get a new phone 3 weeks ago, and that's when I decided to test it. I got myself to the OnePlus 12 now.
All right, where'd you get the OnePlus at? Did they get a new shipment of Beyond the Box? Oh, Amazon. What?
Beyond the Box sells OnePlus.
They did for a while. They had OnePluses there for a little bit, and they were selling the nothing phones and then the something phones, and I think they've been inundated with people mostly shopping for iPhones. But it's important, I think, for people to recognize that there are other phone technologies out there besides your iPhones and your regular Samsungs. I mean, you can get these OnePluses.
We don't have much time left, but the OnePlus 12 is a great deal. I'll talk to you later.
All right, I'll talk to you pretty soon as well. Take care of your voice. You sound like Jose. Wait a second. He works with Jose during the day. I wonder if maybe he's got a little bit of what he had. Hey, listen, I got to get out of here before I get some of that as well. It's closing in on 10 o'clock in the morning on The Ray Gibson Show. This time tomorrow, I think we're all going to be exchanging stories about Carmageddon and your first impressions of the village of Donkey. So those of you that have odd numbers on your license plates, we definitely want to hear from you. I'll try to keep the meme machine open for you. Standing by for Fox News Live here on 93.3. This is The Point.
Vowing to fight for women's health issues. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. President Biden in Florida this afternoon ahead of the state's new abortion law going into effect.
President Biden said at a campaign stop in Tampa, the number to be affected by a 6-week abortion ban starting next week is staggering.
4 million women in the state of Florida.
And he again laid blame at the feet of former President Donald Trump. President Biden said since Roe v. Wade